Hey everyone, how's it going tonight? My name's Spencer, and welcome to Best Ball Draft Addicts. Hey, I already got a couple guys. What's up, Gab? How you doing, buddy? How you doing, Braden? Good to see you guys. Brandon. Sorry, buddy. So welcome in tonight, guys. Here to do some drafts. Looking forward to it. Gonna have some fun. Just me tonight. So if you heard on Tuesday, Cory is on vacation this week. So I am flying solo. But it's all right. We're going to have some fun doing some drafts together. So tonight, what we're going to be doing is drafting the Pitbull 2, at least first. So after we do that, if guys want to do another one, we'll go ahead and do another one. If you guys want to switch it up to a different tournament, you let me know and we'll switch it up to a different tournament. So no problem. But I'm not going to waste too much time. I do want to kind of give a couple minutes for some people to jump on. Undead says, for the longest time, I thought those were pizza boxes. If only. Chad, hello. What's up, buddy? Glad to have you in here tonight. Yeah, I'm a very big baseball card fan. So this is my baseball and basketball card room. Those are the two things I've collected since I was a kid. Not any other sports, though. I mean, I have a few football, but not very many football, baseball, and basketball. But yeah, so we're just going to give it a couple minutes here, just wait for people to jump on. So, the big news today that I know everyone, I'm sure, has seen and has been talking about, it's Luther Burden. What's up with Luther Burden? So, I was working today. I didn't get to see that much, but I did see on Twitter whenever the injury happened today. And oh, buddy, Chad, I'm done for the preseason football, and a bunch of ADP swings happen because of conjecture. Dude, I hear you. Seriously, this is what happens every year. So you live with it. I mean, I that's what I do every year. I live with it. But this is why I like to draft early. Hey, what's buddy? I appreciate you, Nate. Thanks for being in here tonight. And so, like I said, we're not going to wait too long. But what do you guys think about Luther Burden? Is he fine? Are you worried? Should we be drafting him? Should we be stopping drafting him? Chad says he didn't hear anything about Burden. Oh, you didn't hear anything, bud. So here's what happened. Let me just go ahead and throw these up on the stage. So what happened is he reached out for a play, and then it looked like he came down on his defender, obviously his teammate, on his foot and either did something to his ankle or his groin, or we don't know. He limped off the field, and we've been waiting to hear some news. Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing tonight, Cleebs? Undead says, I did 200 or so of my 300 teams early this year. Hey, beautiful, buddy. I have zero Burden. I don't mind him at all. I hate his ADP. I hear you. There's a lot of guys that I have very little of, and it's because of their ADP. But obviously, the first thing that went through my mind, because I don't draft a ton of Burden, I like to get them. I did look to see I'm at 7%, so a little under the standard. But first thing I thought of is, oh boy, I need to draft more Roma Dunze. So that's just where my mind went immediately. And I have very little Roma Dunze. King of QC says, looks bad for Burden. Bears always hush on injuries. That's, not good. Not good. Undead says, I always thought Burden was overpriced, like Rome as the wide receiver one. I will take Burden if he falls into that Rome range. Well, now for sure. I mean, the thing is, the guy has been talked up so much all offseason. Ben Johnson loves him. But I mean, there's so many good players in round 4. It's littered with great picks. And it's why I have a hard time clicking Burden a lot. And when I do, I'm doing it because of the upside that I know is potentially there in this offense. I mean, it's really a Ben Johnson play more than anything for me. Gab, major bags of Burden. Well, buddy, yes, we are praying for Luther. Please come through and do not be hurt. Gab, I know you know that upside too with Burden. I mean, it's there, like the potential. I mean, obviously, just this week, Ben Johnson comparing him to Amon-Ra. Everyone knows Ben Johnson, or if you don't, Ben Johnson was with Detroit before he came. He was Detroit's offensive coordinator before he came over to the Bears to be their coach. So he knows him very well. And he used to be in Miami, and he's compared him to Jarvis Landry. So guys like this. But it's a high price. Nate says, I have him in a few lineups, so not too worried, but still sucks. Absolutely. Anytime we get injuries this time of year, it sucks. And yeah, Chad, to what you said earlier, it causes crazy swings in our draft. So we'll find out where Burden goes tonight. So it's going to be real interesting. Do we see a Rome rise? Do we see a Loveland rise? I don't know. Do Swift and Monungai stay the same? Should we even be worrying about it? I mean, it's crazy. This is this time of year. It's super fun, but it's crazy. August 8th, we are at 1 month away, guys. 1 month, and we're going to have real football. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. Tommy is a bum. Okay, Rome. I was trying to process in my brain what you were talking about. I was like, I know you aren't talking crap about Jim Tomey. Come on now. Andy says, or Zach says, and y'all made fun of my Khalif Raymond pick. Didn't make fun of it, buddy. I just said, hey, that's the first time I've seen him go. I picked Khalif Raymond some in the past. But seriously, how much better does that look now? Have you done it more than once? Well, guys, we won't waste too much more time. It's been 7 minutes or so. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my phone here and get things ready, and we're going to kick off. We're going to get joined in the Pitbull too. So for those of you guys who want to draft, get ready. Oh, Bud, Chad, absolutely, my friend. I am feeling so great with that too. So 44%, that's huge, bro. That is huge. I'm 16%, but yeah, 16% for me is a lot. It's my fourth highest drafted wide receiver. So that's me putting him into a lot of lineups. Okay. So if you guys got it pulled up here, I've got the Pitbull 2 ready to go. We're going to do a countdown. We are going to do Cory's patented 9-second countdown. So I suggest that because of the lag, you probably join whenever I say 3 or 4. Okay. And here we go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pressing enter. All right, here we go. 7 more to start. Perfect. 7 more to start. 5 more. Beautiful. 4 more. Okay. King of QC says, what about Tunsil injury? Washington loses its left tackle. Oh, dude, I didn't even see that. That's terrible. Oh, because I got a lot of Jaden Daniels bags too, let me tell you. And I was just talking about Diggs. Undead says, every year the market falls in love with a few teams. Like there were 4 years where 4 49ers win in the top 30 drafts. I like diversifying teams by saying, what if the market is completely lost? I agree very much with that statement. Very much, my friend. I'm saving my BBMs. Best of luck, gents. Hey, absolutely. Appreciate it, Zach. Appreciate you, buddy. Whenever this draft is done, we'll see whatever people want to do, and we'll jump in whatever people want to do after this. I'll do at least 2 drafts with you guys tonight, and then we'll see how I'm feeling from there. There's a chance, maybe, because Cory's on vacation. He did say he might jump in. We'll see. But if so, he probably will just jump in and say, hey, I don't think he's going to be like actually drafting with us tonight. We're at 3 more to start, by the way. I should go ahead and pull this up in my browser so that I can have the board ready to display for you guys as soon as this thing fills. 2 more. 1 more. So we are about there. All right. Almost got it. Still waiting on that 1 more. Hall of Fame game was fire. Football is back, baby. Nice, nice. Love it. So I didn't watch the Hall of Fame game. Tell me about what happened. I didn't really see what happened. I know that I did hear about the end of the game, how there was a whoever won, someone won on the last second, like a touchdown at the very end. Again, I didn't watch it. I try to stay away from preseason football because I don't want anything that happens early. Week 3 of preseason, I'll pay some attention to, but I don't try to pay attention to the first couple weeks and who's playing in what games and what their stats are. I'll hear things, listening to YouTube videos, following along on Twitter, talking with you guys. I'll hear things. Panthers won. All right, King of QC says, respect my Panthers. That Panthers won. Very interesting. Carson Beck looks like he could push for starter. Okay. All right. Nice. Well, I mean, hey, if he could be good, this is all that I care about. I have very little Jacoby. I have taken some Jacoby, but very little. Okay, we're filled. We are filled. Let's do this. Here we go. Okay, who is in this draft with us? Let's see here. Well, first off, I got pick 12. All right, I see King of QC at pick 10. I see Cleebs at pick 8. Young Moolah, what is up, Gab, at pick 7. And if anyone else is in here, let me know. I am not seeing any of these other any of these other handles that I recognize. Zach says Carson Beck looked polished enough to play some games at the end of season, so watch your Brissett bags. Okay. Well, hey, again, as long as he looks polished, one of the reasons why I've stayed away from Cardinals like Michael Wilson and Trey McBride, for example, as much as I have, has been because I'm afraid that they could be good until Brissett was replaced by Beck, because early on, I've talked about this, I don't watch college football, so I listen to what people say about college prospects. Until I actually get to see these guys with my own eyes playing in the NFL, maybe this is a good reason, Carson Beck, for why I should have checked out the Hall of Fame game, or I should at least watch some highlights on YouTube so that I can have a visual for what Carson Beck looks like in my mind, so I can tell myself that story. But I've been afraid that if he replaces Brissett, that it's going to tank Trey McBride especially. But if he could actually be good, I don't really care when he takes over for Brissett. It's really all about, can you sustain the fantasy pieces? For me, that means big bags, Tyler Algier. I don't think that he will be too swayed by his value, as late as he goes, pick 140 one way or another by who the quarterback is. But Michael Wilson, I have at about an 8% clip. I'm like about the same, maybe 6-7% of Jeremiah Love. I'm around 10 to 11% of Trey McBride. So 1 out of every 10 drafts, I'm definitely willing to take him in the 3rd round. I'm taking Cardinals wide receivers now because Mike LaFleur looks good also. Okay. All right, nice. He threw a nice TD fade to the tight end during the game. Beautiful. I love to hear that. Love to hear that. I hope he is good. I mean, that would be sweet. I just want the Cardinals to be able to, I just want them to matter. We need bigger sample size because the Cardinals backup was 10 of 11 passing as well. Oh, exactly. The sample size is, again, this is part of why these first couple games and, practice highlights and stuff, I try to not let affect me, and I more or less listen to other people's opinions as opposed to watching a lot of them myself. Again, week 3, usually we get a little bit more that actually matters for the season. Used to be week 4 when there was 5. But week 3 now. So, yeah, that's whenever I kind of put eyeballs on it. But Beck is a little bit different. Pretty certain the Cards defense will not be able to stop the run, so Jainty could nuke week 17. Oh, buddy, speaking of Jainty, we see our guy Young Moolah grabbed him at pick, what was that, 7? Looks like it. Hey, Fantasy Dog, what's up, buddy? Hope you're having a good night tonight. All right, and I am up. Okay, so CeeDee Lamb just went. I see Cleebs got McCaffrey. Nice McCaffrey fall. Okay, so I'm going to go Jefferson. That's one for sure. I'm fully into Jefferson, even though I'm afraid of Kyler. I love Justin Jefferson. I think he's incredible, and I'm just betting on him. even though I know that last year that bet didn't work. Now, I like taking Saquon. I think he's truly the best. But I'm going to tell you guys, and I don't care that they both have the same bye week. This is someone I've been trying to get more of this week specifically. I noticed I was only at like 4% looking at some shares, and I am going to grab Mr. Devin Achane here at the turn. Any of these running backs would be good. Again, Saquon is probably the most common one I would pick, but Devin Achane, I do not want to have 3 or 4% of him. I want to have 8 to 10% of Devin Achane, because looking at him, thinking about, because I've been so afraid this whole summer at how bad that the Dolphins could be. Will it just absolutely tank Devin Achane's value because their offense is just so bad? But yet I still draft Malik Willis and take the upside with him. I take Greg Dulcich and take the upside with him. Granted, those guys are late double-digit rounds. Both of them after pick 100, Dulcich after pick 150. Whereas Devin Achane is going here in the second round, normally the mid-second round. But Devin Achane is he's just so good. And when you look at his box score, as I've been making these research pages that I've been doing, it's not just box score. What I mean, when you look at his fantasy line, what he scores in Underdog, and the system like that I have, it's glaringly obvious for 2 seasons that he is the most consistent running back out there that gets you double-digit points. McCaffrey is right up there, but that's really mostly all on the back of last season, as opposed to the last 2 seasons, because of course 2 seasons ago McCaffrey missed almost the whole season. So anyway, this is just what I've been thinking here this week. I'm like, I need to start bringing up my Devin Achane shares. So come at a little bit of expense of Chase Brown, Derrick Henry, a few less Brock Bowers, but I still have so much of those guys. Fantasy Dog says, I got JJ at 12 just a minute ago. We'll take him there. Okay. Yeah, nice. Beautiful. Absolutely. So we're right there with Jefferson at 12. Chad, Dolphins will be good. Malik is good. Buddy, I hope so. Because again, like I was just saying, I really do. And Malik is one of my favorite QB2 bets to make. Sometimes he's QB3. It's just a really great price. He's not Rose. Early on, back at the beginning, before the NFL draft, when we first started doing these in the way too early time frame of the end of March into April, and we started talking about these things, right then, I was afraid, and that fear has just kept going. And I have to remember, what if they break out? What if Malik's breakout helps everyone else around him? Which really, that means Dulcich and Achane. Let's be real. Somewhat Malik Washington, but that's about it. Achane is the chicken in the chicken salad. Just because the chicken salad's no good doesn't mean there's not anything wrong with the chicken. That's right. Very well said, Zach. Very well said. All right, so want to go ahead and catch up real quick. I see Young Moolah grabbed him some Derrick Henry, double week 13s. You didn't care about that. I got double by 6s as well. Let's see here. Cleves, I need to look at the bigger view here. So Cleves got him Jonathan Taylor and Amarian Hampton. And King of QC, James Cook and Saquon Barkley. So you got to reap the benefits of the Saquon Barkley fall there. Love that for you, King of QC. All right, Young Moolah just grabbed him some Egbuka. And then there goes Chris Olave to Cleves as we are coming back around to me here. Hey, I appreciate you, Cool Smurfer. Absolutely, guys. I always appreciate when you guys say that because I never remember to. But yeah, it definitely helps if you hit the like button. Definitely helps on YouTube. You guys know how YouTube is. Okay, I'm about to pick away here. King QC got T. Higgins. Back to me. All right, Kyron fell. That's a really good fall. I think Kyron is going to be one of these picks. he usually goes mid round 3. To get him at the end is nice. And then the question for me is, do I take Josh Allen, spend up at QB in one of these higher dollar tournaments, or do I take, could have been Luther Burden before today, but do I take Jalen Waddle? Waddle, Josh Allen. So Josh Allen makes a lot of sense. Pull up Loveland. You know what, Smurfer? I'm doing it. Oh, did I do it? Oh, no. Clock expired. This dang Underdog app. It's going to be Waddle because he was in my queue. I got there just too late. Yeah. So what you just said, though, I will keep this in mind for the next time, Cool Smurfer. Pull up Love and double him with a Doomsday, because that was a great call. Absolutely great call. And you see the guy right next to me, he went ahead and took Burden. So either he didn't care or he didn't hear. One of the two. I did Allen, DJ earlier. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Speaking of Josh Allen, he goes to King of QC. So now we're getting to move back to Klebs and Young Mula. Let's see what you guys get in here. So there goes Tet, and we're on Klebs. So Klebs has a 0-2-1-0. He's going to push and go Garrett Wilson. Young Mula, let's see what you do here, buddy. I'm waiting with bated breath. Man, it's so hard to play on 30-second per pick websites whenever you are used to these 20-second per picks here on Underdog. Man, getting Terry McLaurin, like, I love it. So one thing that I did wonder with the Dig signing is, will it cause Terry McLaurin to fall in price? So I don't know. What do you guys think? Obviously, in this draft, it didn't, since Young Mula grabbed him here in the middle of the 4. But what have you been seeing? I feel like I have seen in the last few days him fall a little bit longer than normal. I do somewhere around 10-ish drafts a day. And I want to say that I've got him in round 5 in a couple of drafts. What have you guys been seeing? Have you been getting Terry McLaurin in round 5? Just let me know what's going on with y'all. All right, Loveland did go off the board, and he went right after McLaurin. 32nd round, 20 round DK is exhausting. DK is that's what I was thinking about, whatever. Because now that I can finally get in there and I've done some drafts on there, I'm like, man, 30 seconds. I am so spoiled to the 20 seconds. Terry has definitely been falling a little. I got a couple round 5s myself. Yeah, okay. Yep. King of QC, he confirmed it. Yep. So I thought so. I mean, the thing in my brain is, whenever I draft so much, I realize I might be misremembering wrong. So I like to stay somewhat ambiguous, but I thought that's what it was. I just wanted to be definitive. All right. Mike Evans fell. So we've definitely been seeing the Mike Evans fall. He didn't go in the 5, but he went at the end of round 4, so might as well been the 5. I don't mind a round 5 Mike Evans fall either, but like, let's say Evans and Terry are there, I'm still going to take Terry. Whereas before, I probably would have taken Evans. But that's not much of a difference. I mean, I may still take Evans over Terry, to be honest with you, depending on if I already had an 8. If I already had a Lave, or if I already had Neighbors, maybe I wouldn't be taking Evans, but that's just sort of how my brain works. I do, like my partner Cory, who always says buys are not real, they are invented. I don't try to worry about buys, but at the same time, I'm respectful of buys, and I do try to mix up my individual positions. So I don't necessarily care, like, for instance, if I have a lot of 7s on a team, but I don't want a lot of 7s at a position. I try in my brain to think that the best way, and I've been doing this pretty heavy since 2022. I You're not wrong, Zach. We will see. We will see. I try to think, what is the way that I can give myself the most outs on any given week, and plan ahead for when injuries inevitably happen, when underperformances inevitably happen. And a big part of that strategy is mixing up your buys and kind of fitting things in together like a puzzle piece. And boom, it happened. So Tyler Warren is 100% about to be one of my picks. I just start him. I'll talk out my second one with you because this is tough. Trayvon Henderson is my most drafted person here. This is a $20 league. I could do that. Quinshon Judkins, I've been wanting to get more of. However, they're both by 11s, and I have Kyron Williams, who already has an 11. My wide receivers, Jefferson, Waddle, are 6 and 10. So I'm going to go with another one of my highest drafted guys this entire time since the beginning of draft season, and I'm going to grab my boy Parker Washington, the guy who I have been talked off of as this year has moved along, and now I am wanting to make sure that I don't forget about him, because I had at one point I had 20% shares of him, and this was through 200 or 300 drafts. Now as I'm approaching 600 drafts, I'm at 13%. That's how much I've brought him down, and I don't want it to keep going down. I want to stay at least 13%. And I'm going to be doing a lot of drafts during this month, so I've got to still keep clicking Parker Washington's name. There's no reason to not still buy in, because every day more and more things tell me Parker Washington is going to be the number one there. Time will tell, though, if that is true or not. I noticed Young Mula took Brian Thomas Jr. in the last round instead of Parker. I know that your thoughts are BTJ, and I remember watching you in Zero. I wish Zero was here tonight. I wonder what Zero's up to. We haven't seen him in a little bit. I need to shoot him a message. But yeah, anyway, sorry. I saw you talking about being a BTJ guy. So BTJ, I think, is a great down the field target. I fully am on board with that. But from the guy that I think Trevor really likes throwing to, I mean, last year sold me on Parker in those last, 5 games? Those last 5 games also sold me on Lawrence. I have been pretty much anti-Trevor Lawrence for most of his career. I very rarely draft him. Now, that's kind of carried over somewhat to this year just because there's so many good quarterbacks in this range. But nonetheless, Zach says, I did 2 drafts today, one at 12, one at 11. I picked Warren Washington both times. Our minds, hey, you know what they say. Great minds think alike. Love it. I'm a really big fan of the start of my team. Really big fan. Now, I definitely want to keep in mind quarterback. I don't want to miss out. But let's see what our guys did this round. Let me pull up the board here. So King of QC went with my boy Trayvon Henderson. Cleves grabbed Jalen Warren. Love that. 4 good running backs for Cleves to start off. And Young Mula grabbed Jadarian Price. We're now back on Young Mula now. I mentioned here in Young Mula and Zero talking. So if anyone here that's watching or anyone watching later doesn't know, Gab for Life, who is Young Mula on here, he has his own channel, an awesome channel where he drafts, and I really enjoy hanging out and drafting with him. So if any of you guys get a chance, give him a follow. He's awesome. Speaking of, I have equal amounts of BTJ/P-Wash, both 40, both 40-gallon supersized bags. Beautiful, buddy. All right, beautiful. That's great. Love it. So you're just right on board with both of them. Cleves grabbed Michael Wilson there. I see that. And then DK went right before to Young Mula. Now we're going back to King of QC. Let's see who you add with your squad. And you've got a nice 1-3-2-0 going. You added Josh Downs. So I know Josh Downs is another one of those potential like injury guys right now. I see his teammate Alec Pierce staring at the top of the list. I'm not going to do it. Speaking of Trevor Lawrence and me not taking him too often, well, I don't have a quarterback, and he's staring me right in the face. So Trevor Lawrence is about to be the pick right here. See, normally I have Drake May or Jaden Daniels or Jalen Hurts, or I've spent up on Lamar or Josh Allen, or I get Justin Herbert. All these guys are the reasons why I don't draft Trevor Lawrence very often. But I got one here. And then with the second one, I'm going to go with a running back. And Chuba, man, Chuba or Jonathan Brooks is tough. I'm going to go Jonathan Brooks this time. I could go either. I have more Jonathan Brooks bags, though. Granted, that was early. That was because I've been drafting early and I've been taking him after pick 100 for months now. But he's also up around 13%. So I'm pretty invested in Jonathan Brooks. I could have gone with Rico Dowdle or RJ Harvey, who I both have a lot of. But I think Brooks is probably my biggest upside here. And in a higher dollar tournament, I like taking those bigger upside swings. Chad says, sorry, I went to check on Maddock. He says Burden is cooked. Oh, yeah, no problem. Oh, so Davis is live right now. Beautiful. I wonder, I haven't seen, I wonder if there's any news or if he's just feeling that way. I really want to know. If you guys hear anything about Burden while we're streaming tonight, definitely throw that in the comments. Let's hear about it. I do have, of course, my phone going here with notifications going off like crazy, but unless something comes across that I see about him, I won't know about it. It's his bag like Worthy. Brooks is the right kind of gamble. Could be a one behind a good low line. Yeah, I appreciate that, and I agree. To me, that's the upside swing gamble to take in a tournament like this specifically. He's been predicting Worthy pretty on point. Oh, Chad, did you mean hits his bag like Worthy? Is that what I think that's what you meant there? I just now realized because as you say here, he's been predicting Worthy pretty on point. Yeah, I think that's what you were talking about. Yep. Okay, so let's see what the guys did here. I missed it. So King of QC went with Alec Pierce. He got Downs and Pierce. Beautiful, beautiful. You also got a Dunze. I just noticed that earlier. My brain just sort of filtered that one. I really like this build you've got going here. Cleves grabbed Cortland Sutton. That's a great pick. You're rocking a 0-4-4-0. 4 good running backs. I wonder if you're going to do just a 4 or if you're going to still take a strong 5th. 4 really nice wide receivers. I wouldn't say, of course, that this is super strong, but it is strong, and I'm a fan because I like Michael Wilson and Sutton. And then Gab going with a 0-4-4-0 also. His running backs, Jainty, Henry, Price, and Corum, double 13s, double 11s to go along with Egbuka, McLaurin, BTJ, and Metcalf. This is a very high upside lineup as well. I see exactly why you guys have done what you've done. I really like our builds. The one thing I've done differently so far is a 1-3-3-1 after I started with Jefferson. So I at least have my QB1, my tight end 1 already in the books. So we'll see what I end up doing here. I think the room is kind of open. King of QC says Panthers have 2 starting linemen injured, I believe. That's not good. That's not good. Starting linemen injured are never a good thing. Yeah, their gold tackle has blood clots and is out in depth. There, oh boy, doesn't say gold tackle. Yeah, no, that's no good at all. I'm gonna still gamble on Brooks some though, but yeah, that definitely is not a good thing. Just look last year at how much those offensive line injuries tanked the Chargers. I mean, it was not good. As you guys know, I'm not afraid to draft Bryce Young. In fact, I quite like taking Bryce Young. I also am not afraid to take Jalen Coker. Tet McMillan is very similar to the Luther Burden that we were talking about, where I draft him. I want to make sure that I have pieces of him, but I don't take him a lot just because there are so many great names where he goes, which of course is the end of round 3, start of round 4. Hey, appreciate you, Chad, always, my friend. Thanks for always being in here and commenting. You be careful going home from work. Man, I've got a fly going around here driving me crazy. Oh, I just see my boy Kenny Gainwell. Yep, that's the king of QC. I love the team you're building there. Trayvon and Kenny Gainwell, 2 of my highest drafted people. Okay, so as we're coming around to me here, all right, so very interesting. Worthy has fell. Obviously, with the injury, makes sense, but it's not like this is a pretty good spot. Rashad White, Jordan Mason, Bill. I'm gonna take Bill or Rashad White, guys. I'm gonna take Rashad White. This is tough. I mean, I've been Rashad White, but I could see Bill being the better one. I'm torn on that. Zach says I'm a Tet believer. Hey, I love Tet too. Like I think Burden is also a stud. It's just why I don't have a ton of bags of them. All right, and then man, Wandale or Worthy. I'll go Worthy. We'll just take the gamble that this is a good fall. Pick 109. It's my fourth wide receiver. Um, I'm a Wandale guy. Casey Concepcion is also interesting and someone I would have considered there, but it keeps different buys going for me. I didn't have a 5 at wide receiver. Chad says, I'm smashing Jaden since Diggs news came out. Beautiful, buddy. Jaden was already my highest of the upper echelon QBs. When you look at my QB shares, it's Cam Ward and Malik Willis, two guys that I like, but I don't love, but I just get them a lot as QB 2s and 3s because of their draft price. And then when it gets to the actual one that I have to click the most over double digits, it's Jaden Daniels for me. It just feels like a great spot. I mean, I was completely sold on Jaden Daniels after his rookie year. And yeah, the injury sucked last year, but he's got some really nice weapons this year. He's back fully healthy. I say wheels up on his draft price. He's not really rose this entire time. He stayed in that round 6-7 territory. I guess maybe he could go in the 5 in sums, but I feel like most of the time he's round 6. Zach, let me ask you this. You're a Tet believer. Are you a Bryce believer? Are you a Bryce boy like me? Because the thing is, this is another like if I am going to invest in Bryce pieces, Bryce including himself, the cheaper ones are way easier for me to do because I don't usually do more than 1 or 2 Panthers on a team, maybe 3 at the most, and it's lower draft costs. So they're usually backups. I'm not counting on them to produce, but if and when they do produce, I'm feeling good. When I take Tet, you kind of got to count on him as being your guy. And most likely, he's probably your wide receiver 1 because most Tet teams, you're taking him at the end of round 3 when you already have back-to-back running backs at that pick 10, 11, or 12. That's most. Obviously, that's not all. We all mix things up, but just something I always keep in mind, and it's what brings me down a little bit. I have a decent amount of Bryce because of my target Tet exposure. I like Coker as well. My large target. What is your Tet exposure, buddy? I'm very interested to know. And who does it come at the cost of? So let me go up to Tet real quick. So in this spot here, does it come at the cost of Burden, Waddle, Garrett Wilson, McLaurin, Josh Allen, these all of these guys here, or the Jacobs, Scatabo, ETN for a while, this level of guy? Do you have lower of them and just fully believing in Tet? If so, I have nothing wrong with that, by the way. I'm nothing wrong because I think Tet is really good too. It's just I'm trying to justify, in my mind here, why I'm doing what I'm doing. Speaking of Malik Willis, Young Mula is down, and he grabbed him as his 1, not even as his 2. He didn't give me a chance. I was totally going to get him with my Devin Achan here at the turn, but 'twas not to be. And Cleves also grabbed Shuck, which is a nice pick because it pairs with his Olave. Bo Nix paired with his Sutton. And then there goes Love. Do you have a Packer? You don't, but it's fine. He's your QB2 to Josh Allen. He's a really good QB2 that you can depend on. Now I'm sitting here with a very interesting QB2 decision, and that is I'm at pick 133. Do I spend up on Darnold or Cam Ward right now, or do I push it further? I'm going to push it at least 1 pick further, and I'm going to grab Debo. Now, I mean, how much do I want to rely on Trevor Lawrence? I think I'm going to, and I think I'm going to grab Chris Rodriguez. This is a rare. I probably should. I'll be honest with you. I kind of instantly regret that pick because, and now that I'm thinking back really to the worthy pick, whenever I'm doing these drafts on stream, a lot of times I sort of forget what draft I'm in. And the pit bull factor where I only have 10 lineups and I'm trying to make each lineup stamped with my personal like best feel. These last couple picks of mine are more like picks I would do in a puppy where I'm going to do 100 lineups because I'm willing to change things up because I know I can be wrong on guys. I should have taken Rashid Shaheed with that pick and just went ahead and grabbed Cam Ward and been done with that. That's what I should have done with those two picks. Or just taken Sam Darnold and took Shaheed Darnold and got the pair piece. Now that I'm thinking of speaking it out loud, I wish that's what I would have done. Rashid and Darnold. It is what it is. And Worthy, I don't take him often. It was the fall, I was talking about it. I could have just taken Jordan Mason there and then been done. And I take a lot of Mason, or taken Bill and taken both White and Bill. Sometimes you got regrets, but you know what? You just got to move forward. Let's see what our guys did. King of QC grabbed him. My boy Deshaun Stribling, love that. And then I see Goddard going to Cleves. Goddard is the backup to Pitts. You've got a really nice overall build going here. And then CJ Stroud going to Young Mula here. I was looking to see, yeah, you don't have any Texans. That is all right. You still have the opportunity to throw in Tank Dell. Let's see, who else? Schultz, Noel. You still have, that's one thing I loved about taking Stroud, who actually is also one of my higher drafted QBs, even though I don't love him, because there's a lot of good late stack pieces that you can add in there. Chad says Drake may had a great rookie year because of Diggs. Diggs definitely helped him, that's for sure. I never picked Bryce unstacked because he only had 3,000 pass yards. I know. There's a few spot weeks in there, but it's not a lot, very few. I don't like Terry or Burden at all. I love Wilson, Garrett Wilson, but I hate Geno, so he wins out. I get that, but I push ADP for him. Yeah, no, totally fair. I have 38% Tet, 32% Bryce out of 33 drafts. Okay, gotcha. I never quit stacking Bryce. I have way too much. I need to quit. Sorry. Not I never. I need to. Zach, you're probably right. You probably do need to at least bring it down into the 20s and not the high 30s. That probably feels a little bit better. You're still betting in a lot on them when you're in the 20%, along with an easy schedule for me. Oh, as far as what helped him out, couldn't hurt. All right, Cam Moore. Okay, so we are back. Hey, what's up, Hartman? How you doing, buddy? Glad to have you in here tonight. For anyone also who doesn't know, Hartman has an awesome channel where he streams. So if you search Hartman, I'm probably just football, you will find him. He's great. I'm sure all you guys know this already. Okay, let's see what we got here. Young Mula, what'd you do? He went Tank Bigsby, taking the Saquon, the anti-Saquon Barkley piece. And he, of course, does not have Saquon. That's the time to draft him. I don't want to draft him with Saquon. I want to draft him without Saquon. And when I take him, I'm betting against Saquon. And then there goes Jalen McMillan. I've been noticing him fall further and further. Tyler Algier just went, so no Tyler Algier fall for me this draft. And then King of QC is up. He got himself Juwan Johnson. You have double eights at tight end with George Kittle, so I'm sure you'll end up doing one more. Now I'm coming back around. I have a 1-5-5-1, so I probably need to look at, well, I definitely need to look at QB2. And guess what we're looking at? An unstacked Bryce Young in my face. What do you just say, Zach? I never take Bryce unstacked, and I'm just talking about being hesitant on Bryce. You know, I just said I should go ahead and grab two, a tight end and a quarterback, but I'm thinking I draft just go ahead and grab 2 quarterbacks and be done now. And just go ahead and grab Aaron Rodgers too, because Lawrence and Bryce Young, I don't think that's enough. And Aaron Rodgers at least helps give me a little bit more stability, even though I had to spend up on him to get that done. And both of those pieces are unstacked. I can throw in, I mean, technically Jonathan Brooks, I have a Panther. So it's, I guess, Bryce Young's got something. But Rodgers, I could always throw in Freiermuth or Jeremy Bernard later. Bryce Young, I could throw in a Leggett in the last round if I were to so choose, but I don't have to. It is what it is. That's just sort of what happened from how I chose to draft. Had I have gone Rashid Shaheed and Sam Darnold last time, I wouldn't have had to just do what I just did. So that's part of why it's good to not push yourself into the position that I did, especially when you're on a turn, a 1 or a 12, to where you're kind of desperate at a position because you don't want to miss out. And I kind of feel like that's what I did to myself there. Conman, Hartman's awesome. Just found you guys last stream and y'all are great too. Hey, appreciate it, Conman. Really do, buddy. So yeah, as you guys know, for anyone who's jumped on here, normally Cory's on with me. We are football co-hosts. However, Cory is on vacation this week. We talked about that on Tuesday. But Cory will be back with me this upcoming Tuesday. Hardman, thanks, Conman. The Draft Addicts are great. Shout out Zero for showing me this channel. Absolutely. Thank you, Hartman. And yeah, shout out Zero. I was saying earlier, I need to get a hold of him and see what he's doing. I'm hoping he's all right. I haven't seen him in a couple of streams now, which is very rare. Zach, 3 starters should patch it together. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, with Trevor Lawrence, Bryce Young, and Rodgers, it should patch things together fine. It's not pretty, but it'll work. It should work at least. It's just not the most ideal way to draft. I mean, it's really the way to draft not winning lineups when you do what I just did. But hey, like I said, even someone who's done thousands upon thousands of drafts like me, you could still make a mistake on any given pick. Appreciate you, buddy. Absolutely. All right. So we're getting ready to come back around here to Young Moolah. Chad says, remember, you chose Rodgers. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I am happy about that. Okay. So as we are coming here to Young Moolah, his last pick was Trey Harris. Really nice upside swing there at wide receiver. Did you have a 7? Yeah, you had 2 7s, but that is fine. That is fine. Let's see what you do here with this pick. We going tight end, getting Fannon's back up? No, we are not. We are going to pair with Malik Willis and grab the other Malik Washington. There goes my guy, ZB, Zachariah Branch, going to Cleves at 15-8. Moving him into round 15. So much for Washington and Branch going in round 17-18, huh, guys? Those days are long gone. Now, Jerry Judy's gone. Now, let's see here what our guy King QC does. He's got a 2.552. He added Marshawn Lloyd last time, so you're a Lloyd believer, I see. Dontavian Wicks. Snipe me. That's all right. That is all right. Let's see what I'm going to do. So, man, see if this is another example. Had I have gone with Rashid Shaheed and Sam Darnold, well, here A.J. Barner would be sitting in my lap. Instead, I'm going to take a bigger upside swing and go Terrence Ferguson. Now, question is, can Tyler Warren and Terrence Ferguson be enough? Probably. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm definitely going with wide receiver here. One of my favorite wide receiver picks to take. It's unstacked. I don't care. I will do it. Tank Dell, come on down. I will take the Tank Dell gamble. I'm just willing to do it. Yeah, Branch price keeps rising. Yeah, let me tell you what. I am so glad that I have all the Branch bags that I do, because it's going to be hard for me to click his name, especially if he keeps moving up round 15 or into round 14. How many weak QB rooms would destroy with a Rodgers-Jets-esque injury? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know it. This one being one of them, my friend, it probably would happen. Because as much as I was impressed by Trevor Lawrence last year, and again, he just sold me on himself last year. Also, I mean, Liam Cohen offense definitely helps, but I still don't trust him implicitly. That's why I'm like, I would rather have Trevor Lawrence with a strong QB2. And again, not what I did. So this is the exact example of if Rodgers or Bryce were to go. Let's say Rodgers goes down. I'm relying on Lawrence or Bryce. Let's just say if this was an eliminator, I'd probably be gone by week 2. Okay, so AJ Barner, I see, just went to King of QC. Gino, you went ahead and grabbed Gino. Why not? Yeah, you had Garrett Wilson. That's your third QB with Bo Nix and Shuck. Bo Nix and Shuck, you could argue maybe you were good enough to just stay there, but there goes Pat Freiermuth. So no Freiermuth pair for me, although I kind of chose that path by taking Ferguson instead of him last time. Mendoza gone. Okay, so our guys picked. We are going to wait till we come back around. Let me switch back over here to the comments. All right. Now, after this, guys, go ahead and tell me what you want to do. We're coming down to the last 2 rounds. Do you guys want to do another pit bull? You want to do a millionaire? You want to do a puppy? I'm down. Let me know. Let me know. Yesterday, I did 4 or 5 of the eliminator, the Frenchie eliminator, and then I saw they had another one. Is it a 3 Frenchie eliminator 3? Is that still open? I don't actually know. I haven't done any from that one, but those usually go quick. I know the Frenchie eliminator 2 was gone in that first day. There goes Brissett off the board. College tailgate superflex is pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not doing college, Chad. Fantasy Dog says, I'm a Dalmatianing all night. Top Gun says, yes, it's still up. Yep. And it's $3. So Fantasy Dog, that's one thing I will tell you, buddy. I don't know that I'm going to jump in a Dalmatian, to be honest with you, because here's the reason why. If I was going to do a Dalmatian, I would want to sit and do a whole bunch of Dalmatians. And I have been working all day, and I'm not staying up to do a bunch tonight. So I don't know that it'll be filled going into tomorrow. I mean, those Dalmatians fill so quick. But Zach says dollar Dalmatian before it fills. See, that's it. That's why I'm like, you know what, though? If that's what you guys want to do, I will tell you this, though. I'm willing to do it. So you guys let me know. If you do want to do it, I'm down to do it. I want to draft with you guys. So whatever ends up being decided, I will roll with. Okay, I'm up. My last 2 picks here. Okay. I'm definitely going to take one more wide receiver. Again, had I have done something different earlier, I could have taken Cooper Kupp here. I'm going to go with another old, though. I've been grabbing a lot of Keenan Allen right now because, my gosh, he's got to sign any day, right? He's got to. And then I might as well, I mean, Tyler Warren, Terrence Ferguson, I'm going to say that that's good enough. And I'm going to go ahead and grab another wide receiver. And I'm going to go with Cory's guy, Tyquan Thornton, instead of taking Cyrus Allen. All right, let's see what we got here. So Zach says millionaire's cool. King of QC says millionaire. Gab says puppy 3. Top Gun says I'm down for whatever. Hey, I appreciate you, buddy. Fantasy Dog says you can do whatever you want. Hey, leave it. I appreciate you. And then Cool Smurfer, Keenan is my most drafted player. Cool Smurfer. Doesn't it just make so much sense to just keep grabbing him right now? What round is he going to go when he signs? When is he going to sign? This week? Next week? He's going to, right? And as long as it's still in, I mean, granted, I got him in round 17, but really it's 17, 18. Hartman says puppy or pit bull, my preference, but whatever is cool. All right. So here's what we got. We've got 2 millionaires, 2 puppies. That's where we're at. So, and then a couple I'm down for whatever's. So I need a tiebreaker. Millionaire or puppy? I like the idea of Allen to the Dolphins as a mentor. Absolutely. Chad says, Cool Smurfer, great choice. KC Keenan is best. I could see KC. I wouldn't be shocked by that, although it would be weird to see him, longtime Charger. Zach says Puppy's cool right now, so that's 3 for Puppy. All right, so looks like Puppy is going to be the choice. If we get another millionaire vote in there, we will see. We only got a couple picks here before the end of this draft. We'll do a review, look at our teams, and then we'll go jump in. Currently, as of right now, a Puppy 3. I'm not drafting, but BBM would be cool because Cory's not here, so it'd be unique. Fantasy Dog says, Spence, tell me all are not named Brissett going up the ADP ranks. All Arizona not named Brissett go up the ADP ranks. Beck looked good. Yeah, Fantasy Dog. I was talking about this earlier. I didn't watch it, but Chad was talking about how good Beck looked. Yeah, Cory doesn't like BBMs. I think it's true. You know what? I'll do a puppy, and then if we guys hang around, I'll do a BBM too. I'll probably have to take a bathroom break in between those because I sit here and drink coffee all night while I'm drafting with you guys, but that's all right. We'll just cross that bridge when we get there. So we're going to do a puppy next, and then I'm down to still hang around and do a BBM also. But yeah, buddy, I'm Team Michael Wilson, Team Tyler Algier. I'll take Trey McBride at a good 10% clip in round 3. So I want to get more Michael Wilson. I'm not Team Marvin Harrison. But hey, you know what? He's been going at a pretty decent price. I don't blame anyone who wants to take him at all. It's just not really my bag, baby. Okay, let's go switch over here and let's go take a look at our teams. We will start off with Young Moolah. I will remove the comments from the stage and get our teams going. So while we're doing the review, guys, I won't be seeing the comments, but I'll be back over there in a minute. So Young Moolah at pick 7, 3, 5, 8, 2. His 3 being Malik Willis, CJ Stroud, and Chad, you ready for this? Shedeur Sanders, it's your boy. I have officially, I will declare this at this moment. I have officially come to, in the rare instance that I am taking a Browns quarterback in the final round or round 17, it will be Shedeur instead of Deshaun. I have got to that point, but I still barely won either of them. Even though I take Cleveland pieces, I love drafting Fan in Boston. It is what it is, though. Okay, back to Young Moolah's team. So it's a good quarterback room where you pushed it. You got the upside of Willis. You took it's decent with Stroud, and then the upside with Sanders. It's very volatile. Obviously, that could crash and burn, but it also could provide an elite weekly ceiling floor combo. Ashton Janty, Derrick Henry, Price, Corum, and Bigsby. As I said during it, double 13s, double 11. So most week you're going to have all of them. I really like doing what you did. Hopefully week 13 doesn't burn you with your top 2, because if Price has been passed by Charbonnet clearly by that point, hopefully that's not what's going to happen. But if it does, and Corum is still rocking behind Kyron, week 13 could be a big issue, and you might need that score just to be able to move on. You know how these things go. But also, Kyron could be out. Anything could happen. Egbuka, McLaurin, BTJ, Metcalf, Casey Concepcion, Trey Harris, Malik Washington, and you did grab a last round Jalen Noel to pair with Stroud. And then at tight end, Fannin and Freiermuth. So you push tight end also to 103, 186. I love Fannin. Freiermuth makes me feel a little wishy-washy on if that's enough behind Fannin because of the potential issues for the quarterback, like I said, in Cleveland. However, I don't mind, since you took Sanders and Concepcion, with just being like, I'm betting on him. It's just a pure, hey, this team's betting on him to succeed. And every draft, you have to worry about just that draft instead of things as a whole. So I love it. You've got all sorts of upside there. I can see how that path to success can come, although it definitely feels volatile. I think that's just part of the strategy behind it. Great team, Young Moolah. All right, Cleves time from pick 8, 3582. Bo Nix, Shuck, and Gino. Love that quarterback trio. You waited to 113 for Bo. Shuck is a great upside piece as well. They're all three of your quarterbacks are stack pieces. And Gino, a nice late fall there. Well, it's his 80, but you know what I mean. 185 is still a good spot for your QB3. Jonathan Taylor, Omarion Hampton, starting off strong at the top with Bucky and Jalen Warren. I asked if you were going to take a fifth. You did with Zach Charbonnet, the aforementioned Zach Charbonnet. So when will he be in? It doesn't really matter for your team, does it? Because the way your team is, Charbonnet could do literally nothing all year, but if he smashes on a playoff week, that's what could make all the difference, because your team can advance with not having one factoring week from Charbonnet. Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Michael Wilson, the Wilson brothers, Cortland Sutton, Jalen McMillan, ZB, Mooney, and Keon Coleman. Love this wide receiver room. You've got good pieces at the top, a lot of upside throughout. You diversified your buys. A lot of people that we talked about all summer. And then Pitts and Goddard, two strong tight ends. Cleves, you nailed this one, buddy. Another great draft for you. You love coming on here and drafting some bangers. King of QC doing the 2-5-8-3. Josh Allen and Jordan Love. When you grabbed that Jordan Love earlier, I talked about it. Now that I'm seeing the ADP fall, boy, what a gift that was for you to just fall in your lap, pushing QB2 behind Josh Allen because you can, and then to get Jordan Love at pick 130, that's fantastic. Your running back room is great. You the same thing. You could have maybe stopped at 4. I see why you went ahead and did a fifth. You have 2 10s, 2 11s, but you would have just had the 2 10s. Trayvon and Gainwell, if I have tons of teams with those two. And when I have those two as a 3-4, yeah, usually I want a fifth, because sometimes I have teams where they're my 4-5. Those lineups exist for me. Your wide receivers, Higgins, Rome, Downs, Pierce, Stribbers, Wicks, Jacoby Lane, and Chris Bell. I love your wide receiver room. Huge fan of it. It's definitely got a lot of potential spots that may not work, but I really like what you did mixing these guys. I mean, as we said to start, Rome today, right now, August 8th at 9:33 p.m., Rome will only go up in price from here, right? Like, this is the best time to draft him tonight, right now. I do wish that I had more bags. I've been worried about the ankle this whole time. I'll be honest, this whole time. But now here we are, and look, now I'm worried about Burden. Josh Downs, Alec Pierce, Josh Downs, both hurt right now. Both should be back. They're both going to be major target monsters for their team. At least Downs will. Pierce, that's to be seen. Stribling, I love. Wicks, I love. Two of my highest drafted people. Jacoby Lane, a guy that I'm wanting to get more of since I'd been drafting Elijah Surratt previous to the last 2 weeks. Now I'm trying to get Jacoby Lane as his news and steam is going his way. Chris Bell, have you heard any news? Let me know. Please tell me any news about Chris Bell, or is this purely a playoff week play? I drafted Chris Bell so much early. For the first few months, if you went back to the videos back in April, May, and into June, I was taking Chris Bell all the time, doing it, counting on that I'm getting him for the second half of the year or for the playoff weeks. But then come June, mid-June, July to now into August, I've really gotten scared and faded him almost completely because I was over 20% bags. So I'm still in the double digits. I'm still at like 12% Chris Bell. So let me know if there's any news you've heard. I still haven't heard anything about him. George Kittle, Juwan Johnson, A.J. Barner. Like I mentioned during the draft with the double H, you'd have to take a third. Barner is a good third to have. He can supply you, I think, just fine with a minimum of 6 to 8 points on that week 8. That should get you by just fine while both those guys are on bye. Really nice team, King of QC. I love all three of your guys' teams. All right, now to mine. Not going to love it as much, but it's all right. It's all right, I guess. So my quarterbacks, Trevor Lawrence, Bryce Young, and Rodgers. This is why I don't love it. As I talked about to you guys in the draft, once I hit the double-digit rounds, I made a few decisions that I wish I could have had back right after I made them. Part of that is living with the quarterback room is how it is. But it's fine, right? It's one of those, literally, it's just like, it can work. It probably won't, though. My running backs, same thing. It could work. It probably won't. Really nice at the top. I loved how I started this, and I'm happy still with the Brooks. But really, you could argue that some of my mistakes may have gone back to the Brooks round. Rachaad White, Chris Rodriguez. Again, both individual pieces. Well, I was about to say both individual pieces that I like, but it's not really true because I don't really like Chris Rodriguez, to be honest with you. I really don't. I took him because I was just talking about having Lawrence, and I sort of panicked. Again, that's one of those that I wished I had back. Jefferson, Waddle, Parker, love the start to my wide receiver room. Those top three I love, but Worthy, Debo, yes. Tank Dell, yes. Keenan, yes. Tyquan, yes. But overall, with Worthy mixed in there, it actually my wide receiver room, I think, looks like a completely legitimate wide receiver room. And then I got my boy Tyler Warren and then Mr. Turd Ferguson to go along with them. So it'll probably be fine, but I don't think that I'm going to get a ticket. I think my running backs and quarterbacks are going to easily hold this team back, especially from the three of you who I just reviewed, because all of your teams looked so much better to me than mine. Okay, let me get back over here and pull the comments back up. Let's run through these here, get caught up, and then we'll go pull up. I'll get it ready here. So if you guys want to get ready, we're going to do a puppy 3 right now. So get the puppy 3 ready. We'll do a countdown here before too long. As always, Chad, appreciate you, buddy. I'm taking Cardinals wide receivers now. Wrist up. Laces out, Dan. Bad news for Shedeur today. What was the bad news for Shedeur today? Yeet. Sharps, never passing Price. Oh, never passing Price. Hey, you very well could be right. Again, I don't watch college. I know that he loves backup with Notre Dame. I watched highlights. But when you watch highlights on YouTube, which is what I do of these guys until they get into the NFL, and I'm sitting and watching games once the season starts, I can get hyped on people, but a lot of times that hype can be unsubstantiated. I realize this. I try to always temper my expectations of guys, but I'm sure you have watched Price in college and know way more about him than me. I just don't have a great feeling about, I like Sharps, and I don't have a great feeling about Price's price. Burden injury looks bad. I hope I'm wrong. Top Gun, me too. Me too. Saw a report Bell might play preseason. Oh my gosh, Hartman. Oh, man, that would make me. Oh, I will be right back. Chris Bell news. Let's see. One day ago. Still waiting to make his training camp debut. Just even the fact that they're talking about making a training camp, has been ramping up his work on the outskirts of practice for a few days, but offense coordinator Bobby Slowick said this week he still has a ways to go, so it was blah, blah, blah. Chris is progressing nicely. You saw him run yesterday, accelerating, decelerating. I think that's a credit to Chris, how hard he's worked. I think it's a credit to Kyle Johnson, our training staff, blah, blah, blah. Okay, because talk about being a highlight hunter. Whenever I was doing at the NFL draft and we were doing our pre-into NFL draft shows, and we were looking at these prospects and I had never seen them before. And my buddy Duggar first told me about Chris Bell. He lives in Louisville where Chris Bell played. And he was like, you've got to check out Chris Bell. Talk about a guy that you can fall in love with from watching his highlights. Chris Bell was stunning from his highlights. Jadarian Price's traits that translate are elite level: vision, cutting, burst, receiving, contact balance. Big takeaway from that, Gab. I appreciate you. Price, you're putting him on my radar. I am open. I am open to always adjusting, being like, I may not have a lot of shares of him. Maybe I should add some more. Before we join in here, let me take a quick gander where I'm currently at. I will tell you guys. And when I look at exposure, I always look at the main board, not with all of the other tournaments like eliminators and etc. What about Caleb Douglas? Yeah, well, he's not near as electric as Chris Bell, and he does not pop off the highlight page, but I've been hearing good things about him. I think right now he probably is the two to Malik Washington from, well, again, listening to YouTube videos and podcasts. All right, who am I looking up? Price. 4%. So out of 581 teams. So that's not a lot. I should probably get him more up to the 7 to 8%, about close to the field. Don't you agree? So I probably should look at maybe adding some Jadarian Price in my life. Man, it's just hard in that round whenever there's so many other people that I like picking. Okay, so guys, Puppy 3 time. Anyone who's watching that wants to jump in a Puppy 3, get that pulled up and ready. Bell exposure. All right. I'll find out real quick here. As of this moment, out of those 581 teams, he's down to 9%. $374, down to 9%. So, but again, that was over 20%. I mean, I pretty much have come to a dead stop with drafting him. So I am fully fine with picking that back up with any positive news, though, especially on my Malik teams. What about, yep, said that already. Bell exposure. Hey, what's going on? How you doing, Fantasy Fitness? Oh, having a great time drafting tonight. Was all set to select Jaden Daniels until Price was available in the mid-6. Mid-6 is a good spot. You are right, Gab. He normally goes, late 5, sometimes mid-5. That, where you got him, does feel better. Fantasy Dog's ready. Zach's ready. All right, guys. I've got the Puppy 3 pulled up here. 9-second countdown starting now. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enter. And how many left? Draft starts soon. I hope you guys got in with me. I hope you jumped in while I was counting. I got in. The draft starts soon. Okay, let me get this pulled up here for the board for you guys. All right. Did I get another pick 12? Did I just see another pick 12? I sure did. Okay. Let me get this pulled up here. We will see what picks everyone got. Hartman, you missed out. Dang it, buddy. Dang it. It's trying to load my location for this other board here. Let's see who's actually in this one. Well, Hartman, bud, if you can hang around, we'll see. Well, we'll do another one after this as well. Zach, you missed it too. Dang it. Top Gun missed it. Crap. I hate that, guys. These puppies, that's another thing about the puppies. They feel so quick. Who did get in? Cleves is in. Fantasy Dog. Cleves at 11. Fantasy Dog at 10. Cool Smurfer at 7. King of QC at 1. That may be it for us. If you guys could have got in this, we could have all been in it together. Dang it. Fantasy Fitness. Oh, missed out too? Crap. Well, like I said, we are going to hang around and do another one after this. So anyone who does want to come back or check out in a little bit or hang around while we draft, you feel free. But we'll most likely do a millionaire after this. But if people want to do another puppy, I'm down to do another puppy. I want to get to at least around 100 puppies before this thing fills. But we got Fantasy Dog and Smurfer in this. He says, let's go. Hey, appreciate you, Fantasy Fitness. Absolutely. Okay, so the draft has started. Let's see what we got. King of QC started it off. Shocker, Jahmyr Gibbs. Then Smurfer in the middle. He grabbed Amon Ra. Then we've got Fantasy Dog with Cook. Cleves just took Jainty, stopped my Jainty Bowers, which I would have done. If you guys don't know, that's definitely my thing. I'm going to do something now that we are puppy drafting, taking another Jefferson. This is a combo I have not done. I know for a fact I've not done this combo. Jefferson, A.J. Brown. I normally always will go with one of these big running backs here. But let's mix it up. Let's see how we can do this here. And I see that the big board still isn't there. Got that shared. Okay, sorry about that. Now we're good. Top Gun, guess I'll do a Frenchie Eliminator while I wait. Jump you in a Frenchie Eliminator, buddy. What's your Eliminator strategy? So I'll tell you, since I've done a few, my thought with Eliminators is I do definitely pay much more, even more attention to buys, specifically with what I'm talking about in per position. But the more you can diversify buys in an Eliminator, to me, the better. You want to think about week one first off, because you got to move past week one in order to move on. So anyone with some injury issues that you think may not be there to start the year probably should be knocked down a peg or two on your list. What else? Rookies that you think will do good, but maybe they're going to take a while. Jadarian Price being an exception, not the rule, because obviously his more value is deemed at the start of the year than, in my opinion, later in the year. Two more Frenchie Eliminator if anyone is interested. Go jump into Frenchie with Top Gun, guys. Got the 1-1 in the Dalmatian. I'm a Bijan guy. Zach, Bijan or Gibbs? Do you mix it up, or are you just Bijan over Gibbs? I will take Gibbs when I get a 1 and take Bijan when I get a 2, and I'll be happy if it switches the other way if I have a 2 and I get Gibbs, because I love both of those guys immensely. I really can't pick between them. But Bijan at the end of last year compared to Gibbs at the end of last year, I completely understand why people would lean Bijan. Yes, buys are huge. Also hit RBs hard. Another good piece of advice, Top Gun, for the Eliminators. RBs do go quicker. They do. So that is also something you want to keep in mind. Like what I just did with Jefferson A.J. Brown from the 12, I would not have done that in Eliminator. This is a puppy play. It's not even necessarily a smart puppy play, but it's a puppy play in order to have a theoretical unique lineup, or at least a lineup that's unique to me. I'm a 2-1 Bijan guy, but Gibbs is crazy good. So, Zach, you are now. Can I ask you, is your opinion just because you think Bijan is just better, or was it because, again, like I said, of how much better he was down the stretch? I guess I'll do a Mastiff while I wait. Oh, well, Fantasy Fitness, you do a Mastiff, my friend. And if you do a Mastiff, I want to know what team. I want to know what you got. You got to tell us as you go along here. I'm double checking here. Yeah, are you really doing a Mastiff right now? Because if so, that is incredible. I would love to do that. I cannot bring myself to be willing to jump in and do. You probably were joking, but if you weren't, please tell me what pick you got and follow us along, because I would love to hear what you do in a Mastiff. Love to. But again, you probably were joking. Who is jinxing that our Mason once in the Flock League? Who is jinxing that Mason once in the Flock League? Sorry, Chad. I don't get the question. I know Flock. I know Mason from Flock. But who is jinxing? I don't get what you're saying there. Tua is a check down Charlie, so Bijan could catch 100 passes. This is why I love Zachariah Branch, for this very reason. Okay. I'm up. Oh boy, I just got autoed Higgins. Well, you know what? Screw it. We're just going to die. We're just going to lean in. We're just going to lean into wide receivers. How about that? And we're going to have 4 studly wide receivers. We're going to do a push running back build. How about that? That's something I very rarely do. It's a name chat tag, Jinxie. Okay. Gotcha. Jinxie is like a top 10 Twitch streamer, and he's joining the Flock League. He has millions of followers. See, that this exactly explains why I have no idea who this is. I know I know how big Twitch is. Never once in my life have I watched 1 second or ever downloaded Twitch or even considered Twitch. From what I always knew, Twitch was about gamers streaming. Is there other streaming on there? Again, I've never had it. Maybe. He's playing. You're playing. All right. If you were, I would have been like, oh, please follow us along. Chad had no clue either. Gotcha. I see. Yeah. He appreciates that, Hartman. Top Gun says, guess you were watching Davis's stream. They wanted him in the league bad. Yeah. He said he's been going over to Davis too, hopping back. Guess you don't have to know anything about football to get in a flock league. Just got to have followers. You know what? I guarantee you I have watched, no, I'll be honest with you. This year, even though Davis joined, I haven't watched Flock this year. I'm doing this thing now, and I like you guys like Hartman and Gab and Bayou and Who Hames, and I like you guys, like the smaller guys like me, us who are out here who I think are like really great dudes. Mason, hey, I know he wants followers. I'll just say that. He's grown a massive business, and it's amazing what he's done. Because I watched him back whenever he first started that. Like, I remember whenever I used to actually be able to be in a flock regular stream. I'm old enough to remember, like 2022, I think 2022. Because I think by 23 he had already got massive. But I used to actually be able to jump in like this, and there would be like 10 people watching, and I could jump in one of his drafts. There was some of those I used to do back then, but that changed. I mean, he blew up, and it's awesome what he's done. That's for sure. He's a gamer guy. This is like a crossover for him. Twitch is a lot of gaming, but it also has variety. Okay. I'm sure it's got boobs. I'm sure that's probably the variety. But I'm not a gamer guy, so that's why I used to play video games with my buddies. Again, I'm old. I'm 42. I used to actually play with friends where we were in the same house together, and we would play Madden against each other. We'd play NBA 2K against each other. The show. Anyone remember MVP Baseball 05, the best baseball game of all time? Boobs are a good chunk of the variety. Yes, I agree, Chad. This thing, I'm a big Davis guy, just because I've always sort of felt like Davis is like, I don't know, he's the guy who I've related to. I first heard Davis, I will tell you guys this again, because I've been just into YouTube for so long. Specifically, it's my pick. This is easy. And Gab, I want to pick Jadarian Price for you here, buddy, but I'm going to take my two boys that made it to me and take Trayvon Henderson and Tyler Warren. So I have a tight end, one running back. I do not love Trayvon as a one, but my four wide receivers are legit. Anyway, back in 2015, I got really big into DraftKings that year. And I also had started with a different friend of mine, Blake. Me and him had started like a fantasy website, and it was called the Fantasy Gambit. You might even be able to still Google fantasygambit.wordpress, and you might still be able to find it, even though we haven't put anything on there since like probably 2016. Anyways, I listened to Davis when he was on the Pat Mayo Experience. So if any of you guys have ever listened to Pat Mayo, again, someone who I don't really listen to anymore, every once in a while for fun, I'll listen to Pat Mayo. But because Tim Andercust is hilarious, and just their whole thing. If you guys know, you know. But anyway, Davis used to be on there talking about DraftKings all those years ago, and he was just a young dude. And anyway, so I've just followed him all these years. Yes, MVP 05 had the best mini games. It's the GOAT. It is, Zach. Yes, you knew. Someone knows. That was the best game ever. Davis is an honest guy. He tells you his takes and about site credits that you all don't see. That with a lot of people. Yeah, for sure. Pat Mayo is, that's a name I haven't heard in forever. I bet. Soulcast was always an enjoyable watch. One of the first fantasy sports streams I'd regularly view. Yeah, I agree with you. Bud. Um, let's see. Swolecast. That was Davis, Pat Crane, um, um, Eric Beinfor, right? I'm pretty sure he was on that too, or is. Maybe I think they still are doing. Help me out if I'm wrong here, but I think that's who we're talking about. Again, over the years, I've listened to and watched so many different guys, and I like Pat Mayo for golf content. Haven't watched much of his NFL stuff. Yeah, so I stopped watching NFL stuff of his a long time ago, although when I do, it has to deal usually with the Jets and whatever he has Tim on. But Kitchen, Mr. Tuttle, Davis, and Pete. Okay, so Pete Overzet, Dave Kitchen. Yeah, okay, that's the Swolecast guys. Gotcha. There's so many different dudes that do these things, and there's so many guys that I've enjoyed listening to over the years. Conman, quick question for Eliminator strategy. Are stacks as important, or can you do QBs unstacked fine? Awesome question. I'll tell you my take on that. I think stacks are less important. Will I still stack? Sure. Yeah, sure, if it falls in place. Am I going to reach to stack? Absolutely not, because I do not think they're as important. What makes stacks most important, it's really about the playoff strategy and thinking of your team from a 1 week DFS standpoint. And when you can, that's the whole mindset behind why stacks is such a big thing. It originates, correct me if anyone disagrees, but to me, it originates when we all started playing this and breaking down in our minds those playoff weeks specifically. Now, you can still also say, yeah, from well before that stacks mattered in regular season long leagues. Sure. Stacks have always been a thing. Handcuffing has always been a thing. I've been playing fantasy football for 25 years, but the heaviness on Underdog, I feel that's the main reason why. Okay, we're puppying. I'm up. RJ Harvey is one of my picks. Do I take another Brooks? You know what? I'm not, there's no quarterback I'm taking here. I could take Mahomes, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go Dowdle over the Carolina guys this time, even though Dowdle and Harvey are twos and Trey. I got a team of twos over here. Top Gun says, I only stack in eliminators if it accidentally happens. Gotcha. Appreciate it. Yeah, see, I sort of got interrupted by my pick and what I was saying. Sorry if I forget exactly where I left off. But yeah, basically what I was saying is that the stacking and eliminators, what's more important is diversifying, making sure that on any given week, your team is going to have a chance. So Chad says naked QB is the best QB, but Chad believes this always. Oh, I was talking about how the thought process on Underdog of why stacking is such a big thing, and why specifically in the Underdog best ball community, stacking has been pushed to such a forefront in all of our minds for the last 5 years. And again, I would argue that it is because of breaking down the playoff weeks, week 15, 16, and 17 into a DFS mindset. Okay, I've been ranting a lot in this draft. Let's do some team reviews. We're going to start off with King of QC at this first pick. He's got it at pick 1 with a 1-3-2-1. Love what you've done here as I'm reviewing here. Gibbs, Malik Neighbors, Pickens. I think Neighbors and Pickens is a great turn. Big fan of that turn. Man, the guy at pick 2 got London. What a lucky. It never happens. It happened in this draft. Never happens to me whenever I have Bijan. Never. Loveland, great pick there, as we talked about. Loveland Odunze, right now is the time to draft them. Trevor Etienne, look at that fall to the start of round 5. I have not drafted Trevor Etienne hardly at all. But remember, Etienne was going in the 3rd round for almost this entire summer. It's just been over the last month that he's moved into the 4th round. If Etienne starts going in the 5th round, you better believe I will start adding Travis Etienne to my teams, because whenever it gets to Etienne, Swift, Tootin, and Judkins, this is where I thought is the perfect spot for him this whole time, and he's not been there. So love what you got there. Then you go Dak pair with Pickens, Jaylen Warren, another one of my favorite picks, Michael Pittman, double Steelers. Then you moved up at 97 and grabbed Diggs. We don't know where Diggs is going to go. This feels like a fine spot to me. He's your 4th wide receiver. Why not do it? Love what you've done there. And you're at the turn, so Diggs would not have made it back around to you almost positively. Okay, now we're going to come to Cool Smurfer with a 1-3-3-1 and his pick coming up. Amon-Ra, he's got Laporta. I think we know probably who one of his picks will be coming up here soon. Saquon, Javonte, and Jadarian Price. 10, 14, 11 is nice. You got Zay Flowers with Lamar. Love that. Amon-Ra and Zay Flowers is a crazy amount of targets. Upside swing with Jaden Reed. I don't love that. There it is. Jared Goff, come on down. And but Jaden Reed, I get the upside. Who would I have taken instead of Jaden Reed with that pick? I don't know. I see why you did it with Lemon going the pick before, and then you get to Sutton and Downs hurt right now. I probably would lean Downs, but I get it. I get it. Just betting on the upside of Reed. And it's to me, all right, Mahomes made it all the way back to this pick. Wow. I feel like at this point, that's just a gift falling in my lap that I just go ahead and accept and take. I don't have a running back with a 7, and I just took Rachaad White in the last draft. So I can mix it up and go Bill here. I could go to Kyler Murray to pair with Jefferson and take a QB2, but nah, let's go Bill. Again, Kyler Murray scares the crap out of me, even though he could hold back Jefferson and I had Jefferson still. Top Gun. Got to think of Eliminator like it's the world's biggest home league and you have to go 17-0. Yeah, absolutely. I think rushing QBs will dominate week 17. I hope so. I tell you, rushing QBs are always a good bet. This is why we take them, why they are a thing in fantasy. But you have to keep in mind with someone, and I'm going to use the Malik Willis example. I don't know that's what you're talking about, but I will always keep in mind it's all about draft cost and the relative risk of whenever they don't run and their running is shut down and then they don't have the passing to fall back on and how they can just crater your score. So why Malik Willis in particular, and I'm just using him as one example, I think Kyler's probably why you brought that up, is because like with Malik, he can – sorry, I just got sidetracked by the chat here. Tunzel is out for the year. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. That sucks for Washington. Oh, man. I'm talking about naked QB strategy. Okay. I was ranting about Malik Willis. I got to get my mind back to the point that I was trying to make. I was talking about what his upside. What I was about to say is relative draft cost. He's got a good price. You see where he's going compared to, say, what Trey Lance was going back a few years ago, what Anthony Richardson was going, even just last year, let alone 2 years ago. So if you're having to spend up into the top 10 rounds in these super high picks, really those guys are very much a gamble that could crush you. But man, Malik Willis, where he's going, is great. All right, let's see what our guys just did this round. And by the way, I never even got to go on past Cool Smurfer because we still have Fantasy Dog and Cleves in here. So let's go to Fantasy Dog and see what he's done. He has a 1-4-5-1. James Cook, Derrick Henry, with Garrett Wilson, Mike Evans, Christian Watson, Brian Thomas Jr., Trevor Lawrence, Michael Wilson, Dobbins, and C-Rod. Okay, so you went ahead and did the double Wilson strategy again. I see you took Evans and not at a discount. I respect it. You grabbed Watson at a decent enough discount, but you could have taken Parker and doubled up Parker and BTJ. So, but from a bye week perspective, I see why you didn't do that. Dobbins, C-Rod. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I don't love those guys, but you have Cook and Henry, and you've got such a high upside with a weekly floor there. Dobbins, it's just obviously it's the injury. C-Rod, like I talked about on the team, I just took him last time. He might end up being a really good pick. I just don't have a good feeling, and he doesn't ever catch passes, so it's not a part of his game. And then Cleves, we will get to your team here in just a minute after I make my picks. There goes Malik Willis going as the 2 to Lawrence. Love seeing that. Again, I would have done that with my last team, Fantasy Dog, had I had the chance. Okay, Mark Andrews. Is that your tight end 1? It was. Okay, back to me. So, 7 seconds. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right, Keaton Mitchell's going to be the first one. Do I have a 7? Yeah, I just took a 7. That's fine. I'm going to do a 6 running back build, so that is fine. Now, Baker, Shuck, neither of them are pair pieces. If I take Shuck, there's really not much that I could pair with him from the rest of the draft standpoint. Baker, I could still maybe take Jalen McMillan and theoretically Kate Otten if I chose, and I love Baker, so I'm going to take Baker. Any of you guys moving in on Cyrus Allen, or was that just a little flash in the pan? I haven't even clicked his name once. We talked about him on the last stream, but I have Mahomes, so it's something that's at least on the radar. Again, Corey's been talking up Tyquan this whole time, and I'm really buying into that. The Chiefs wide receiver room is so thin. Okay, let's go over Cleve's team. I just noticed you grabbed a third quarterback when you already had Josh Allen and Jaden. Oh, both 7s. I see why you did it. Okay, let's review your team. Ashton Jainty, K9, Mr. Kenny Skywalker. With Josh Allen, you didn't even give me the chance. Terry McLaurin, and then Parker again, you didn't give me the chance. It's all right. I'm glad you gave me Travion for this team. I didn't need Parker after my first 4 picks. Jaden Daniels to pair with T-Mac. Then you've got Sutton and Downs, and then Wandale. This is a really nice 5 wide receiver room. After Jainty and Kenny Skywalker, you got Kenny Gainwell, double Kennys, and then Mark Andrews. I see why you went Cam, pairs with Wandale. You kind of had your hand forced since Jaden and Josh have the same bye, but that's a very unique quarterback room that I doubt very many people have. And Jaden and Josh can 100% be unstacked. Even though you stack Jaden, Josh, for instance, I am completely good with taking Josh unstacked. I mean, his main value always for fantasy comes from his rushing. So, and he normally doesn't have any big pieces that go along with him. Normally, obviously, there are exceptions to that rule. So, Fantasy Dog grabbed him Chigakonkwo. So, see, you could have taken Chig instead of Cam Ward and pushed your third QB to a later one and paired Chig as your tight end 2 with Andrews. But maybe you're a little down on Chig now, or maybe you just wanted Cam Ward. Again, explain yourself, Cleves. Why did you choose Cam over Chig? Now, as we move along here, Cool Smurfer grabbed him Debo and Tyrone Tracy Jr., my Boilermaker. Boiler up. Down at the end, we had King of QC grab Travis Hunter and Brenton Strange, double Jags. You've got the Coker and Bo Nix last time, like that. Bo Nix and Dak is a good quarterback room. Bo Nix is unstacked. Again, a lot of his best value can come from rushing. Will that happen this year after the ankle? Probably. We'll see. Gotta go. Got church tomorrow. Thanks, Chad. Appreciate you, buddy. As always, you have a good night, my friend. Cyrus, Jalen Royals, Allen, Hartman. I know, bro. Seriously, this is why I'm not taking him. I've seen this enough times. Just came back from shin boot. Boo. I took last round BBM Cyrus Allen just in case, then no more shares. Just wanted Cam. Yeah, no problem with that. Love the answer there. Cleves, love the answer. Just wanted Cam. Why not? I just want Cam a lot too. And he paired with Wandale. All right. And you were back up. Fancy Dog grabbed him Jawan. Smurfer grabbed him Hunter Henry. All right. Back to me. Jalen Naylor, Hardly Newler. Oh, you left me Jalen McMillan. Thank you, sir. Okay, so Jalen McMillan is for sure one of my picks. Now the question is, do I take my tight end 2 here, or do I dip back in to wide receiver, or possibly take a 6th running back? As I'm looking at my running back bye weeks, I do not have an 8. You know, I'm sitting here rocking a Drew Brees jersey. In most of the videos, the AI has generated me with an Alvin Kamara jersey. So let's just stick to the Saints and go with Mr. Alvin Kamara. I could have gone Spears. I could have gone Bigsby. I could have gone Sharps. We're going with Kamara. He's a different buy, my 6th running back. I'm good from there. So I will finish my team out with wide receivers and at least one. I'll either have a 6-7, 6-7-3 or a 2-6-8-2, one of those builds. All right, Gadsden and Sadiq just went, so double tight ends off the board. Now we are moving back to Smurfer. Smurfer, let's see what you do here. You got any stack pieces that you can add in, or just going with the best thing on the board? Jonah Coleman, best thing on the board. He is your 5th running back, correct? Yep. You could have taken Tank, but again, as I just said last time, I don't want Tank and Saquon on the same team. You had Saquon, so I think you made the right choice in going Jonah Coleman. I want to look at each of my roster spots and think to myself, what's the way that I can maximize this spot? And if that means for this team that you are just betting on this team, that if this team is going to succeed, it means that Saquon will be there. So you don't want Tank, because Tank would be a wasted spot either way, because it means that Saquon would be wasted or Tank would be wasted. One of the two. That's an interesting build, Spencer. Henderson as RB1 is balls. I know it is. I said it earlier. I'm like, this is a RB2 room extreme. It really is. It's not the best. I could even take a 7, but it's kind of fun though, isn't it? Trayvon Henderson, RJ Harvey, Rico Dowdle, Bill, Keaton Mitchell, and Kamara. It definitely is at least a fun room. It's a room that's got some good upside. I can see how it would work, but it's a volatile room. It's a room that could blow up in my face. But hey, to start 4 straight wide receivers, I never do that. This is one of the extremely rare times I start a team off that way. So at the turn here, we've got Aaron Rodgers and Jadon Blue going to King of QC. So Blue pairs with his Dak piece earlier. You got a couple Cowboys. Aaron Rodgers, you got any Steelers? Oh, yeah, the Warren Pittman. When I have Warren Pittman, oh, man, I have so many teams with Warren Pittman where I add in Rodgers as a 3rd QB. So many. I love doing that. That's a great move. All right, we're coming back around. Coming back around again. Okay. And we're getting close, guys. So when we get another round or two, I'll throw out there and see, do we want to do another puppy? Do we want to do a BBM? Who wants to stick around and do another draft with me? You guys think about it. You can post in a few rounds in the comments, and then we will figure out what we'll do. After I review teams, I'll probably go run and use the bathroom real quick, come back here, and we'll do another draft together. All right, cool Smurfer time. Let's see who he adds on to his squad. Wide receiver probably, I'm assuming. Nope, another tight end, Turd Ferguson. Is that your 3rd? It is. So I'm assuming you're done now. 2-5-5-3. You're going to finish this a 2-5-8-3. I would say most likely looking at your team, because Goff and Lamar is definitely good enough to stop there, especially since they're stacked with your top pieces. You've got the 2 stud wide receivers at the top. Jaden is a little bit of a weaker 3rd. Jaden, Jacoby, Debo. I'd say you probably are going to do 3 more wide receivers. That's my guess and what I would at least recommend. But Cool Smurfer, you don't need any recommendations. I know that. You are plenty a veteran. ZB right before you got me. You got me. Okay. Oh, I should have taken Dulcich. All right. AD Mitchell or yeah, I was going to say or Dontavian, but bye week wise, I just took a 10 last round with Jalen McMillan. I'll switch it up. I don't have a 13. I could take a 7th running back. This could be a rare 7 RB team because Dylan Sampson here feels good. I only have 111. It's Trayvon. I mean, I like Dylan Sampson at this spot. You know what? I'm going to do it. This is a very rare build for Spence. It's going to be a 2-7-7-2. Very rare. But that's how it's going to turn out. And you got Gunnar Helm anyway. That's why you pushed it, because you knew I wasn't going to take him. That's great. All right. Gino paired with Sadiq and your Garrett Wilson. Keenan Allen off the board. We were just talking about him. Why not keep grabbing Keenan? Braylon Allen, P. Ryan, or James Conner for my last pick, Zach. I would be team Braylon Allen and just sort of bet on touchdowns there. But Conner is not a far second because it's just betting on a trade there. P. Ryan is the one I'm pretty much not on. Could P. Ryan have a 1 or 2 potentially valuable week? Yeah, but in my mind, what's the most P. Ryan's going to score? 13. Let's just go take a look at what he's done the last couple years. Let me pull up old Mr. P. Ryan real quick. Last year, so he had 2 double-digit games. One of them was a 16. That is higher than what I even thought was possible. The other one was 11, which was more in line with what I thought. After that, the best game you got out of him was 7.8. The year before that, 2024, you got 1 double-digit point week. It was 11.5. Do we even need to go back to 2023? We will do it. Joe Mixon was still there. He had 110, 113. So again, I'm surprised he even had a 16 last year. In my mind, I was thinking that 12, and that's why, because before last year's 16, 13 is the highest that he had got to. So I'm just no on that. Now, granted, I don't think Braylon Allen has hit that spot yet. We know James Conner has. But I think Braylon Allen could. Braylon Allen is still so young. He's going into his 3rd year, and he's 23 years old. It's insane. Maybe 22 years old. He's super, super young. And that's a big, meaty man right there, too. Okay, let's see what our boys did. Pat Fryermuth and Pat Bryant. Double Pats to King of QC at the turn there, the 16-17 turn. And we are about to come back to Cool Smurfer, who grabbed him. My boy, Dontavian Wicks with the last one. What you going to do adding on to Wicks? Another wide receiver, Jacoby Lane. Great pick. That pairs also with your Lamar Jackson. Nailed it. Could not love that more. There goes the bait man, so no swing around for him. You could have theoretically taken all 3 had he made it. Would you still take Elijah Surratt? You drafted him at all, or just fading him at this point? Have you ever drafted him? Now we're about to come back to me. I need a wide receiver and a tight end. What's the best tight end on the board for my team? Colby Parkinson, Evan Ingram, Michael Mayer. I think it's going to be Colby Parkinson, guys. It's not Mike Gesicki. I'm going to go Parkinson. Why not? And the wide receiver, 2 drafts in a row. Cory, this is for you. Pairs with Mahomes, Tyquan Thornton. Come on down. All right. So I got my 2-7-7-2 build in there. There goes Chris Bell. To my boy, Fantasy Dog here, grabbing him some Chris Bell. We did it. We've done it. Back-to-back Chris Bell drafts. Keon Coleman went to Cleves there. Yep, Josh Allen. I thought so. So we are going to do some team reviews here in just a second. Smurfer is about to make his last pick. And then as we wait for King of QC to get around for his last, I'll go ahead and start the reviews. And then you guys post in the chat what you want to do next. Any of you guys that want to stick around, you want to do another puppy, you want to do BBM, you want to do an eliminator. I'd prefer to do a puppy or a BBM myself compared to anything else. But I'm literally down to do whatever the most amount of people that want to hang out and draft want to do. Okay, so Smurfer, he grabbed him. Who'd you grab? Tory Horton. Love it. I haven't drafted Tory Horton in so long. I need to go see when's the last time I've taken Tory Horton. I'm going to go look that up here on fantasy.vip real quick. If any of you guys don't use this, you need to. I don't have it fully updated yet, but I'll share this real quick. So I had put my drafts in here not long ago. I'm going to go to players, and I'm going to type in Tory Horton. Click on him and see. The last time I took Tory Horton was back on July 23rd. Yeah, so it's been a couple of weeks. Before that, July 5th. So I only took him twice in the month of July. And as you can see, I was taking him quite a bit early. Look at all these early shares of him back in April, May. And then in the pre-draft, I was drafting him. So I was definitely more on board the Tory Horton train earlier than I have been. But maybe I need to jump back on. Very interesting. Again, you can check out Fantasy VIP. It's a really sweet site for looking at your shares. I'm up for whatever. Okay, go back to this. Let's go ahead and pull up our teams and do a review here. BBM, I'm up for whatever again. I'm here. He's always hurt. I'm cool with whatever. All right, guys, sounds good. So let's do our review, and then I think we'll jump in and we will do a BBM. Let's do it. That'll be fun. That will be fun. And will it be my 50th? I'm coming close to number 50. Let's see. Hold on. It will. It will. If you guys can see here, it will be BBM 50. Nice. I'm glad that we're going to do that on stream. The big 5-0. I'm 50. Okay, back to our teams. Let me knock the comments off the stage and go through them. We're going to start at pick 1. King of QC, the classic build, 3573. Dak, Bo, AA Ron, great QB room, as I discussed. Gibbs, ETN at 49, start of round 5. Jaylen Warren. Now, my opinion, I think you waited too long there, but as I've said in other drafts, Jahmyr Gibbs can help make up for almost, Jahmyr Gibbs or Bijan can help make up for almost any lack of back end running back room problems, because those guys can hit such a high ceiling on every given week that they can break the position, that whatever you do from there and you have 2 good ones, you're probably fine. And if Blue and Ollie Gordon, I heard some Ollie Gordon steam on some YouTube video I was watching this morning. And I guess he's been getting some buzz again. We were there last year. I think we're back again with the Ollie buzz. But I mean, I do know that Ollie was a beast in college. He was a disappointment of a pick last year, but whatever. Still, I love your running back room, even though I do think that Jaden and Ollie was probably better suited for a 5-6 instead of a 4-5. So I would have maybe had one more. Malik Neighbors, Pickens, Pittman, Diggs, Coker, Travis Hunter, and Pat Bryant. Big fan of your wide receiver room. Neighbors, Pickens, I'm fully down on betting on Neighbors. Pittman, I'm one of my favorite picks. Diggs as well. I'm in on Coker. Travis Hunter, I do mix him in. I'm approximately at the field with him, about 8%. I do want to have some Hunter, although I am deathly afraid because there's on any given game, there can only be so many targets. And I can't love Parker Washington, Jacoby, BTJ, Brenton Strange. I can't love all these guys and also love Travis Hunter. But I still want to have them on teams. Colson Loveland, Brenton Strange, the aforementioned, and Pat Freiermuth, who pairs with Aaron. Love that team. King of QC. Great build. Cool Smurfer. Cool Smurfer from pick 7, 2583. Lamar and Goff. What's there to say? We know they're stacked with Amon-Ra and Zay. Love it. Love it. To me, that's like league winning combo right there. It's the perfect amount of weekly floor with Goff and weekly ceiling with Lamar. My opinion, that's a nails QB room. Saquon, Javonte, Jadarian, Tyrone Tracy Jr., Jonah Coleman, almost all different buys. Jonah has the same as Saquon, not that big of a deal. If Dobbins is healthy still in week 10, it probably won't matter anyway. Jonah Coleman is a bet on Dobbins to go down play. You're going with Jadarian, as Young Mula was saying, all of his great traits. Love the room. Big fan of Saquon. I don't get a lot of Javonte, but I like the draft pick at 42. Amon-Ra, Zay, the aforementioned Jaden Reed, like we talked during the draft, and then Jacoby, Debo, Dontavian, Jacoby Lane, and Torrey Horton. A very fun wide receiver room. After the big two at the top, it's a lot of volatility with the potential for some weekly floor, like some 8 to 10 point floor with Jacoby. This is assuming that this is what we see play out. But really like your wide receiver room. Very glad you got Jacoby Lane to pair there at the end. Laporta, pair piece, Hunter Henry. If only that could have been Laporta and Andrews, that could have been nice. But you got Hunter Henry and Terrence Ferguson. That's a good trio, top to bottom. Really big fan of your team as well, Cool Smurfer. All right, who's up next? Fantasy Dog 3573, another classic overall build. You waited on Trevor Lawrence. You did, like I said, what I wish could have happened for me last draft. Got Malik Willis, then you pushed it and got Geno. This is a perfect push, wait, push QB room with stability, upside, floor. Really, really nice. Young guys, veterans. Very, very good trio together. James Cook, Derrick Henry, Dobbins, of course, like I mentioned before, the injury could happen at any time. C-Rod, as I mentioned before, I don't love him, but I get the upside. You did reach, as I'm noticing, with a 129 ADP. You reached up to 111 to get him. So maybe I don't agree with that, but also you had the full go around to wait. So you just decided, well, he won't be there for my next pick. Might as well grab him now. Sean Tucker, nice enough fall. I'm fine with mixing Tucker in at the end. He's a good bet, just as any. If he does what he's done the last 2 years, he's going to have one week, literally game-changing week. He's been the number one running back twice each of the last 2 seasons. That's one time each. Garrett Wilson, Mike Evans, Christian Watson, Brian Thomas, Michael Wilson. What a 5 to start off, first off. What a 5. Then you get Keenan Allen and the upside of Chris Bell. I adore your wide receiver room. Chig, Jawan, Sadiq, pairs with Sadiq. That's it. It's fine. It's a really intriguing push tight end room. I definitely like Chig more before the Diggs signing, but I still like Chig a lot. I'm a Jawan guy. I have been a little down on Jawan this year compared to the past just because of the adding of Jordan Tyson. Lance, probably won't matter. Vele, we shall see. I still like Jawan Johnson. And Sadiq is a pretty interesting third as well. All right, good team, Fantasy Dog. Claves, what'd you do? 3-4-8-3. All right, you know already, I wish you had one more running back, but Jainty, Ken Walker, Ken Gainwell, and Katron. One more, buddy. That's one more, and I would feel so much better about it. I'm sure probably you too. But can it work? Absolutely. If Jainty and K9 crush, it can work. Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, Cam was discussed during. Once you got the double sevens, locking up Cam paired with Wandale, it made sense. I don't have any problem with it. Again, Cam's my number one drafted quarterback because of his draft position. Terry McLaurin, Parker Washington, Cortland Sutton. Good enough top 3 with Downs, Wandale, Naylor, Branch, Keon Coleman. Overall, love the room top to bottom. Big fan of each pick individually. I have been wondering lately, should I be making a point of adding more Naylor? Because, as you know, I hardly know her. Mark Andrews, Aronde Gadsden, and Gunnar Helm. Solid enough tight end room. So, Cleves, I would not say your best team or your worst. It feels really kind of mid for a Cleves team. What do you think about it, my friend? At least you've got elite quarterbacks and potentially a couple elite running backs. But that's the two quarterbacks there are the thing that set this team apart. All right. Now to my rare 2772 build. Maybe this is the only second time I've done it on stream. I rarely do it, period. Actually, let me go back over here real quick. That's one thing that's great about this. Granted, this isn't updated for the last week or so, but let's go see here. Here are all of my top builds. Where's 2772? 15 times, 2.4%. So yeah, I really don't do that. My most common, 2682, 3672, 3582, 3573s. Those are the ones that I like to do the most often. And then 2673 after that. Okay, back over to my team here. All right. So as I mentioned, Mahomes and Baker. I think that's good enough. I don't love it. That's not anywhere near the elite two, like I talked with Smurfer earlier with Lamar and Goff, but it's a similar type of thing. Just not Mahomes is not the Lamar ceiling. And it's funny though, Baker 2 years ago, I mean, Baker had the ceiling. He was incredible. We'll see if he can get closer to 2 years ago. The 7 running back room. What a rare running back room for me. And waiting till pick 60, getting Trayvon. Honestly, guys, I like it quite a bit. It's, again, like I said during the draft, it's really fun. This was a fun build. It may not be the smartest or my best, but Trayvon, Harvey, Dowdle, Bill, Keaton Mitchell, Cory, you'd be proud. Alvin Kamara and Sampson. Want to talk to Sampson. My wide receiver room. Before I'll just say tight ends next. Tyler Warren and Colby Parkinson. With Tyler Warren, I'd say it's fine. I would rather have had Tyler Warren and Terrence Ferguson, which I think is what I did the last draft, but I waited to the end, get Colby Parkinson. It's fine. It'll probably be all right. Jefferson, A.J. Brown, T. Higgins, Ladd McConkey. Started this off with the super rare 4 wide receiver beginning from pick 12. Again, I know this is the only time that I have Jefferson and Brown together. Higgins, McConkey is what it is. The Higgins was an auto pick because I was talking and not looking. Made McConkey on purpose to just go ahead and roll with it. Jalen McMillan, pair piece. A.D. Mitchell and Taekwon, pair piece. So a super interesting team of mine. Again, not my best, not my worst. I don't know that it will get a ticket, but it was interesting enough. Okay. Now, let me go ahead and turn the comments back on. Let's go over here. Cool for whatever. You got him. Got him, Hart. You looking slug you. And he slugs good looking. Dobbin says he's playing all 17 games. A story like that's got to be true. Am I right or am I right? How many eliminators you got left? Let's just go take a quick gander, my friend. Best ball, MLB. Oh, this is, I need to go to, I thought I was on live. Drafts, active. Oh my gosh, I'm not usually doing this on the website. How the heck do I, isn't it live? MLB, I'm normally looking at this on my phone. Oh, okay, yeah, this is it. I'm at the right spot. Okay, so the answer is I have 4 eliminator teams left. One from the big eliminator. Sorry that took me so long to pull that up there. Again, I don't normally do this on my computer. My goodness gracious. 2 from the little eliminator 2 and 1 from the regular little eliminator. So that is the answer to how many I've got there. Thank you, sir. Josh is my 4th. I love Baker. Never pick him, though. Playoff schedule. Baker playoff schedule. Quick review. Tampa Bay. First, New Orleans. That's good. At Atlanta. Don't mind that. Versus the Rams. That's rough. Week 17. I get that one not being great. But if they can get you there, all you got to do is get to week 17. And week 15 and 16 sounded like pretty good matchups to me for the Buccaneers. I'm so stupid. Just took JT plus Henry, both week 13 buys. Yikes. In the eliminator or regular draft? Regular draft, hey, you can make it work. Nice. I got one hanging on. Beautiful, beautiful Top Gun. All right, guys. So we are doing a millionaire. It is millionaire time. So go ahead and pull that up. Anyone who wants to draft along with me. I'm going to do a countdown. Oh, I stand corrected. Dalmatian is what you're doing, Fancy Dog. Cool. Yeah, you said you were going to be Dalmatian drafting all night. You do one at a time or multi-tabling? Okay, I got the BBM pulled up, everyone. Got the BBM ready to go. Okay, so 9-second countdown for you, Cory. It's going to work this time. We're going to start at 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enter. BBM. 6 more. All right. Plenty of time for people to join. Beautiful. Now, let me get it pulled up here on the screen. All right. 5 more. All right. 4 more. 3 more. I'm getting the board ready. Okay. While we wait a second here, I'll go back and show you guys this. So for anyone who, again, just seen this a minute ago and hasn't used this website, if you want to know details about your drafts, go here to fantasy.vip. It's a free best ball tracker. It's incredible. So you just upload. So if I go to Fantasy Best Ball Portfolio Tracker, my data, as you can see, you can upload your CSV file from Underdog for all these different things, and then it will give you all of this amazing information, like where I can go to board, and I can go to a main slate, and I can go to Best Ball Mania, and I can see right here exactly who I picked specifically in the Best Ball Mania. However, I last updated this, as we can see, July 25th. It is now August 8th. And I have a bunch more drafts since then. So these numbers are not up to current for me. All right. Share this tab instead. Okay. Here we go. This is unbelievable. 3 straight streams of pick 12. Wow. Okay. Well, crazy. All right. Let's see who's in this one with us. We've got our guy Cleves at pick 3. Cleves, I know you're going to nail this one, buddy. We got our boy Top Gun at pick 7. We've got King of QC at pick 8. Great for having you back in here. Hartman, he's back, baby. Pick 10. And then we got Zachy Boy at 11. Meanwhile, I am sitting there at the turn again. Nothing like that sweet, sweet turn. Am I right or am I right? At least I'm very experienced with doing it. I'm at 11. Inside track on Spencer. You are. You've already seen twice what I've done here. Plus, you've heard me talk about this. Oh, all right. Sweet. Fantasy Fitness is in. He's at the 101. Awesome. Glad you're in here with us, buddy. Your handle is MCH23. Michael Chris Humphrey 23. I don't know what your name is. That's what we're going to go with, although I doubt that's what MCH stands for. Mick H, that's what it is. You're a Mick H, aren't you? That's what it is. Okay. All right. Cleves. Oh, I know you. You're going to nail this one out of the park. 3 out of my last 4 have been pick 12 just in your last draft, Fantasy Dog. It's just doing it to us. All right. So I nailed it, didn't I? It's Mick H, isn't it? That's what it is. All right. Coming to me. What are you going to give me? Hartman just grabbed Jefferson. No Jefferson for me. All right, boys, thank you. Third draft. I finally made it happen. And of course, I'm making it happen in a millionaire. Come on down, baby. Janty Bowers. You know I love it. Double Raiders, double the fun. Imagine you just blinked all the initials. Matthew Charles. All right, Matthew Charles. Matthew, thanks for being here, buddy. I love the 1-2 turn. You can do so much. Seriously, look at all these different ways that I've built tonight, just in these three. Jefferson Achan, Jefferson AJ Brown. So wide receiver, running back, wide receiver, wide receiver. Now I've gone running back, tight end. The world is your oyster. And I like the 4-5 swing a lot. There is some amazing picks when you have pick 12 at the 4-5 swing. I mean, this is why I honestly, as the year has moved on, and every day of drafting since April, actually since March this year, I really have grown to prefer the final three picks. Go real quick, go back over here to this tab and show you guys the majority. So as you can see, I have got, this was, again, it's not fully updated, but still, the majority of the time, I get pick 12 or pick 3. So I've got a lot of chase in my life. Pick 8's nice too. Pick 10 is good. I don't get a lot of 11, surprisingly enough. Just sort of how things work. And then you see I'm not really picking right in the middle very often either. It's kind of crazy, but just the way things fall. Going with the Raiders. Rumbling, stumbling, bumbling. You know it, Zachy boy. All right, guys. I know I said I was going to do this in between drafts. I forgot. I'm thinking of it now. I'm going to go heat my coffee up, use the bathroom real quick. I'm going to put some music on for you guys while we hang out and chill here for a minute, and I will be back in 2 minutes.
Long ago, in the wild.
That's not what I was going to play, but I'll play it.
Lands of Underdog. Many men entered the draft, but only one became legend. His mind sharp as steel, his draft board feared across the realm. While others panic when the clock runs low, Duggar simply smiles, for he already knows. And when the name appears, the crowd already expects it. Jack Caglione!
So, back in baseball, my buddy Duggar did the most co-hosts with me, and he made that intro song for him towards the end of the baseball season. If any of you guys saw that, it cracked me up. But what I meant to play was this. I'll be right back. How about that? What timing? Right as the song ended. So you see, I ended up doing what I did with the previous draft and grabbed Kyron and Waddle there at the turn. All right. I was not back in time, but I took my phone with me. Don't you worry. I had it there to make my picks. Huge night for Cags too. Oh, what a time to play the Duggar drop. What's up, FK Coolers? 4 for 4, 2 homers, Cags, baby. I wonder how many teams he's on of my remaining. I really want to go see that real quick. I will look on my phone. Caglione. Let's see. Live. I'm going to my dinger. Dinger exposure. I have 31 dingers still currently going. Let's see. Cags. Okay. Sweet. I have 19%. So 20% of my remaining teams have Caglione. Beautiful. 25% have Murakami. I saw he homered earlier today too. Beautiful. All right, good. Let's see where I'm at right now in the dinger. Well, this isn't great. I have 4 tickets as we sit right now, but I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams, 7 teams in third or more. If I could have, if I could have, let's see, what would be a good out of 31? If I had 31 times, if I had 20% move on, that would mean I have 6 teams move on. Yeah, that could happen with where I'm sitting very easily. And then I would be happy with the 20% advance rate. It'd be nice to have more than 6. We will see how that goes. Okay, so let's get caught up here and let's see what we have done in this draft, boys. Okay, we're going to start off at pick 1 with Michael, Fantasy Fitness, going with a 0-2-2-1. So with his Gibbs, he rocked Neighbors and McBride at the turn. Absolutely love that. Oh, dude, I adore your start. Bro, this is a spent start through and through. Scatabo to pair with Neighbors, great fall there. And then Mike Evans, who we just saw in the last draft go at the top of the 4th round to get him at the start of the 5th, phenomenal. It's back almost to me. Now it is to me. Oh, no Warren for me. Zachy Boy says, no Warren for you. But Trayvon is there. And so is Parker Washington. Do I want Trayvon with his by 11 and take a second by 11? Let's take Parker first while I can contemplate this a second. I could go with Jaden Daniels. I could go with Drake May. Those are unstacked. I could stack Jaden later. I could take Jalen Warren. I'm going to take a second 11 and be fine with that, with him as the 3 this time, and go ahead and go with my boy Travion and just stick with what I believe in, and that is a good Trayvon Henderson season incoming. All right, let's go back to Cleves. Cleves at pick 3 with Chase, Pickens, Zay Flowers, ETN, and Lamar. A nice ETN fall. Again, once he starts falling to the end of the 4 into the 5, I'm much more into ETN than before. Like, I would rather have Jacobs personally. And then Lamar, getting the Lamar Zay pairing. Beautiful as always. Top Gun going with McCaffrey, Henry. Love the old man running back start. Egbuka, Garrett Wilson, Tootin, and it's your pick now. Good running back start. You going to add another wide receiver? No, going with a 4th running back. Strong RBs, Top Gun trust. Love the 4 RB start too. Big fan of that. King of QC, rocking Taylor, Hampton, Olave, Loveland, Adunze, and BTJ. Great start again there. You did the Loveland Adunze thing. Where did Burden go? Looking, scanning. Burden, where you at? Right in the middle. He went at 43. So Burden still isn't falling, and that's probably smart because we don't actually know anything. But for the rest of us that are betting on Loveland and Adunze tonight, specifically, love getting both of them King QC. Hartman, what you doing at pick 10, my friend? Starting off Jefferson and Saquon. Jefferson, Saquon, amazing start. I haven't done that tonight because I passed on Saquon when I had Jefferson both of those times. I almost went Saquon, though, the first time 2 drafts ago when I took Achane. Lad McConkey and Tet, love that. Again, you got Tet after DJ since Zachy Boy reached up to took DJ to pair with Josh Allen. Bucky Irvin as your 2, same buy as Saquon. A little scary with the top 2 same buy, but not that bad. I know you'll be able to make up for that. Carnell Tate, that's a good 4. I love Tate as a 4. Zachy Boy with Cook, Chase Brown, Josh Allen. If you would have not taken Josh Allen, Zach, I would have done it. I literally had sat there. I was going to go Allen and Waddle. And then when you took them, I just went ahead and pivoted and went with the Waddle Kyron like I had done in the previous draft. You did reach up, like I said, to grab DJ Moore. I don't love reaching up that high to get him. I don't know what his ADP is, but I know you reached. However, I don't hate it either because I do think that I'm betting on DJ Moore having a bounce back year, and I don't think he's washed yet, and I like getting him with Josh, so I don't mind it at all. And then Tyler Warren and Watson, which are great picks. Top Gun just grabbed him QJ. There goes Caleb Williams to pair with your Loveland and Odunze. Perfect. That fell right in your lap. All right, Hartman. Hartman grabs Pollard, so you got double Titans there. You could set up potentially a Cam Ward thing later. I don't know if you're a Ward drafter. I am, as we've talked about earlier. I love where he goes so late. Jordan Addison, now back to me. I'm immediately thinking Tucker Kraft, but I do have already Brock Bowers, so I'm not going to do that. Josh Downs, I think I feel good enough going with Downs, not worrying about the injury right now. What is it, a groin? I'm not that worried. I'm leaning Chris Godwin. He is the same buy as Waddle. It's not terrible. I have a lot of Godwin, though, and I have been wanting to up my Michael Wilson. And I'm going to do that. We've been talking about it earlier. I know that some of you guys have been taking him. I'm going to go ahead and add him in instead of whoever else I would have taken. JB, one of them, since I definitely take some Brooks as well, as we've discussed. All right, Hartman grabbed Herbert. Perfect to pair with McConkey. You're welcome. I thought about Herbert there. I saw him, but unstacked Herbert isn't really my thing. That's more of a Chad thing. He would have done that to you there. Zach, you got the Jonathan Brooks. Love that. King of QC just grabbed Jaden Reed. You got a Packer piece to go with your Bears. Are they going to play each other in the final weeks? Let's see. Yep, they play each other week 16. And let's see. Lawrence goes to Top Gun. That pairs with, nope, it pairs with Tootin. I was about to say it pairs with BTJ, but that was the one over. Okay. We are killing this draft. Cleves is up right now. Did I go through Cleve's team? Yeah, I did earlier. Yep. But I didn't talk about the Burrow and Dowdle. So I love the double strong QB there with the Chase Zay. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Very nice. ETN Dowdle Corum, 8, 9, 11. Beautiful. All three different. Mahomes just went. That paired with Rashi to this guy here at the 2. Now, let's see what Fantasy Fitness does. He got Drake May and Ramondre. Love that. Dart. Oh, that's perfect. I mean, that fell right in your lap there with Neighbors and Cam. Drake May and Dart. I'm sure you probably will be done. At least if it was me, I would be. Love the start to this team. You can do anything with this pick. Pittman. There it is. Perfect. 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 Love getting some Pittman. Neighbors, Evans, Pittman. Yeah, dude, you are drafting a team that is straight from my heart right there. I love it. Okay, Cleves, what you going to do, my friend? You add in another running back. You going back to wide receiver. You don't have your tight end 1 yet. Let's see what fell in your lap. Looking down at my screen, you could go tight end here if you wanted. Let's see what you do. What you going to do? Diggs. That's what you're going to do. Diggs it up, baby. So we are officially at the point, I think we can say now, that we are settling with a Diggs draft spot around pick 100 where you need to look at them. This, based off of our drafts we've been doing tonight, I think this is pretty much established at this point this is going to be the Diggs price. We'll see if he continues to move up or he stays steady. To me, this feels like the perfect spot for him. Could I take him above, say, Michael Wilson and Jaden Reed? Yeah. Do I want to? Not necessarily. Would I take him above Pittman? No. I think I will have Pittman above Michael Wilson and Jaden Reed also in my own personal rankings, which I am going to be going through with you guys just to kind of let everyone know. I'm going to be doing some rankings videos this month before we get to the season. Really just to sort of talk about my thoughts and my process with y'all. Okay. And I'd love to get feedback to hear what you all think. So, Bo Nix is for sure one of my pieces here, pairs with Waddle. I really want to take Brock Purdy because Bo Nix and Purdy, that feels perfect to me. But I'm going to pass because I'm going to grab Kenny Gainwell. Again, Kenny Gainwell has been my highest drafted player this entire time. Since the draft started, he rose in price. He's fell back down in price. It's just a perfect spot for me. Bayou, what's up, brother? Glad to have you in here tonight. I'm sure everyone watching knows. If not, Bayou Bengal, like Hartman, like a lot of Gab, who I was talking about earlier, awesome YouTuber. Definitely go check him out if you haven't seen him. Give him a follow. Zachy says, I sniped you on Ward, then you got me on Washington. All is fair. All's fair in love and drafting, buddy. That's right. Oh, yeah. Love me some Ward. Beautiful. You are all about it then. Do you ever take Wandale? Are you a Wandale drafter? Really wanted Herbert. He got you, though. He had McConkey. That's a great team. Glad I got my Diggs bags early. Oh, for sure, buddy. Me too. Again, Diggs my fourth highest drafted wide receiver. Currently, as we sit right now, main board, we're now at 582 teams, and I am rocking at wide receiver. Number one, by far, Zachariah Branch, 25%. Number two, Diggs is now 3. Number 2, Trey Tucker, 0. Shout out. Yeah, you already had Tony Pollard and Carnell Tate. So, yeah, definitely don't blame you there. It's not like you want to go all in on the Titans. A couple pieces in Cam is enough. I agree. Diggs, number 3, 16%, and he's tied with Denzel Boston, 16%. For me, then it goes Mike Evans, Tank Dell, Dontavian Wicks. I'll just go all the way through 13%. Tank Dell and Dontavian are 14. Here are my 13 percenters. Parker Washington, Chris Godwin, Michael Pittman, Deshaun Stribling, and Jeremy Bernard. And Jeremy Bernard is the one I feel by far the least confident about. I do not love the fact that Jeremy Bernard is 13%, but he's just there so late. I have a lot of Rodgers. Feels like a good piece. Usually I don't have a week 9. So that's just sort of what ends up happening with Jeremy on my builds. I was drafting Diggs every time he popped up. Yeah, bro, I hear you. Seriously. I tried to stay somewhat conservative just because if I wanted to, I could have easily been well over 20%. But with 500, 600 drafts, I feel really good at that 16%. And I agree. Now I'll let everyone else fight over it. But I will still reach up and try to get him on some Jaden teams, even though I already have him. I was preemptively drafting him like he was a commander a lot. Just like before A.J. Brown went, I have a lot of teams with Drake May and A.J. Brown before A.J. Brown got traded because it seemed like a foregone conclusion, and it was. I felt that way about Diggs. I was just the last show, I was just getting nervous about Diggs and telling Cory before the show, why hasn't Diggs signed? I'm getting nervous he hasn't signed. And then boom, the next day he signed. Back to my pick. I don't have a QB2. I've talked about it tonight. Haven't got a chance to do it. I'm going to do it right now. Grab me some Malik Willis. Get him as my 2 to Bo Nix. Do I want another running back here? I could take Keaton Mitchell. Man, I do have Twitter. I do scroll. It's just I'm not on there a lot. But I've seen some Keaton Mitchell plays. Cory's been talking up Keaton Mitchell. I don't have a huge percent of Keaton Mitchell. Let's lock Keaton Mitchell in as my RB5 right now. Lock it, load it. Top Gun says, I did the same thing. Preemptively drafting those stacks? Absolutely. Absolutely. DJ Cam Ward? Is it Cam Ward time, Hartman? Is this the pick? You did take Kyler last time, so you don't have to take Cam Ward. Yeah, you don't have to. You can make him fall, and if he doesn't fall, then oh well. You've got plenty of Cam Ward's bags already, like you said. You got Herbert and Kyler. Kyler to pair with Jefferson. Much bigger upside piece than Cam Ward anyway, so I agree with what you did there. Fully on board with your game plan, my friend. Now we have moved back to King of QC. He grabs the stribbers. Love getting the stribs. Although most of my stribbling bags are way later than this ADP as well. Let's just take a quick gander. Where are my stribbling bags mostly located? My ADP, 173. How about that? So from the picks that I have drafted him, my stribbling ADP is 173. Eliminator, my ADP, 190. Beautiful. Love seeing this. And you see how I've been consistently drafting him this whole summer. I have not stopped, even though I did slow down a little right here in this range, which was the end of May. I slowed down into June, and then I picked back up. So I have gone through some fluctuating patterns, but I love the stribbers, and I never even heard of him until after he was drafted. Never even heard his name in any of the pre-draft process, any of the research, not even once. And then all of a sudden he was taken as a shocker. We talked about it on the stream. I looked him up. I fell in love with him. I also have Bryce Young out, so I figured I'd push it. Yeah, absolutely, because you got Tet, right? Don't you got Tet? You got the Tetters. Yeah, you got the Tetters, for sure. Push it real good. And he might make it back around. That's the way to play it. You know it, Top Gun. That is real nice. All those stribbling. I'm sure that's what the nice was about. The late ADP I got him at. Okay, let's see what our guys have done. Michael, Fantasy Fitness grabbed him. Oh, I missed the last couple rounds too. Dubs and Casey Concepcion. Then you got Trey Tucker and Hunter Henry. Trey Tucker, again, shout out 0. Moved him now to my, surprisingly enough, second drafted wide receiver. But I guess this feels like a great spot for him. It really does. Super duper Omar Cooper just went. Tyler Algier to Cleves. No Algier for me. Algier has now moved into my second highest drafted running back behind Kenny Gainwell. And it's a very high percent too. It is my third overall highest percent. I'm 35% Kenneth Gainwell, 26% Brock Bowers. Then it's 25% Algier, 25% Zachariah Branch. And again, Algier just feels like such a smash pick down here with this late of an ADP. I mean, if Algier was higher, there's no way I would be drafting him, but I love taking him this late. Boston fell in my lap. Beautiful. And I could take Naylor Hardly Knower if I wanted. I don't think I'm going to do it. I am going to continue to push tight end. I'm not a Gadsden drafter, and I've got Bowers, so I want to push it more. This is not a bad time to take Naylor Hardly Knower. I was just talking about how I need to get some more. I do have J.T. Bowers. It's another bet. I could take a sixth running back. I don't think I need a sixth running back. Let's go Jalen Naylor. Let's do it. It is done. Beautiful. That was fun. Push it real good. You know it. Is anyone a fan of Grandma's Boy? Literally, anytime that I have push it in my head, which I have all the time whenever I'm drafting and I say push it, I just don't ever want to sing it. But I always think of Grandma's Boy and that scene in Grandma's Boy, one of the best movies ever, comedy-wise. That's super underrated. If you've never seen it, go watch Grandma's Boy. You will not regret it. I had never even heard of that movie until it came out in theaters, and I went and watched it. It's crazy how long ago it was. I'm old, guys. I used to go to the movie theaters all the time, all the time. I don't go very often anymore. I did go see Spider-Man the other day. As you guys know, it's why I had to leave the draft on Saturday night. It was good. I enjoyed it. Didn't love it. I have problems. I won't go into them, but enjoyed it. There's some issues that I have if I was doing spoiler talk with people. Oh, Top Gun's seen it. Absolutely. High score. What does that mean? Is that good? Did I break it? I pull that line out all the time too. It's such a great movie. I just watched another amazing movie, by the way. I loved it. If any of you guys are fans of Avatar: The Last Airbender, on Paramount, they just released Avatar Aang, the movie. So good. So good. The animation is incredible. I loved the story. I loved everything about it, with one exception. I'm a big Avatar: The Last Airbender fan. I wish they would have had the original voice actors. Other than that, I loved the movie. Could not recommend watching it more. If you're a fan and you've seen Avatar: The Last Airbender. And yes, I watched the Netflix show. That unfortunately was a big disappointment to me. I tried to give it a lot of grace in season 1, season 2. Just came out like a month or two ago, and so disappointed. So disappointed. Such a missed opportunity they had. Okay, I'll get off that and get back to football. Let's see where we're at. So, Fantasy Fitness just grabbed him Jaden Blue and Mr. Brian Robinson Jr. Cleves got him some Marshawn Lloyd and Ryan Flournoy. Next up, Top Gun this round got Gadsden, nice fall of Gadsden, and Mr. Zachariah Branch. And King of QC grabbed him double tight ends, Dalton Schultz and Kenyon Sadiq. Beautiful. Now we're moving to Hartman. Hartman got him some Bryce Young with the last round. Let's see what he does with this one. AJ Barner, come on down. You waited at tight end. Strange and Barner. You're going to add a third, I'm sure. Very, very much like that group. For me, I need a second to Bowers. This is the time to do it. I'm definitely taking Terrence Ferguson. I will give Gunner the potential to go if you want to take him, Hartman. I'm going to take, I don't do this a lot, but because I have Malik Willis, I'll double up with Malik and do Malik Washington. And then I really want to take Dontavian Wicks or Tank Dell, to be honest with you, and push tight end even further. I also could take Geno because Bo Nix and Malik Willis probably deserves a third QB. I really could use Mendoza. Is he gone? He's gone. Do I want to push and take Geno? Yeah, I think I need the third QB more than I need Terrence Ferguson because Brock Bowers is going to crush. And I don't have any stack pieces. No, I don't have any stack pieces with Geno, but since I missed out on, really, Mendoza would have been perfect. Where did Mendoza go? He just went in this round to the guy after Cleves. Did he even have any Raiders? Let's see. He didn't. He took Mendoza completely unstacked. He had Stafford and Rodgers. I guess that's why. You know, you got two old non-rushing quarterbacks. Might as well grab a young one with some upside, even unstacked. So I get why that guy did that. I wish he would have taken Geno, though. And then that could have allowed Mendoza to fall to me, but it is what it is. So no Gunnar Helm for Hartman because Gunnar Helm went to Zachy Boy, who grabbed Dulcich and Gunnar Helm. I just realized you grabbed Dulcich. That I could have gone Washington and Dulcich. Dang it, Zachy. You screwed me. It's all right. I didn't even realize that you did. And then Turd Ferguson going Hartman there. Strange, Barner, Ferguson. Good trio. A lot of upside. I like that. That's a really nice push the tight end trio right there. Okay. Dontavian went to King of QC and then Cade Otton to our boy Top Gun. Now Cleves just grabbed Ray, Mr. Ray Davis. As we move to Fantasy Fitness, Michael, what you going to do here at the 16-17 turn? What you going to do? Let's find out. Anyone want to keep drafting? I think I'm up for drafting another one. I mean, it's just now 11:11. Make a wish, and hey, appreciate you, Fantasy Dog. Thank you, my friend. Um, Wanted Hawkinson, and we just had a run. Hey, yeah. Well, you got me with Dolchitz on that one. Anyone want to do another one? If so, let me know. If you want to do another draft, I'll hang on. If we want to cut it at this one, I'm good with that too. Either way, we'll do a review of our teams. But if anyone wants to hang out and do another one, I'm probably going to sit here and do another draft on my own anyway. So, yeah, Fantasy Dog, yes. Top Gun down. All right. Oh, I didn't know Ty Johnson got hurt. Now, granted, how often was Ty Johnson going to really affect Ray Davis anyway? Ray Davis is strictly a play on James Cook getting hurt. Because if James Cook is healthy, Ray Davis ain't going to do anything. Ty Johnson could have still got some receptions, but Ray Davis is this is my opinion, straight James Cook handcuff in every sense of handcuff, and that he really ain't going to do nothing unless Cook goes down. Hartman always down for another. Beautiful, buddy. Dalmatians are available. Just saying. Johnson affects Cook. Yeah, in the sense of helping him again, like I said, James Cook does not get receptions, but he can get receptions. So maybe he will get a few more stay on the field in some Ty Johnson packages that he would have come in for, and some passing down packages that James Cook stays on the field for now. And maybe he adds a few more receptions. So maybe it's even more of a reason to take James Cook, like we needed another one. Man, Brissett fell all the way. I probably could have waited and not taken who I did with the last one. I already forgot. Who did I take? Gino. That's right. Yeah. I don't do this very often. Let's do a pair piece. Let's grab Evan Ingram as my tight end, Tuda Bowers. Boy, what a fall from grace with Evan Ingram. That's like a 1%er for me. I do not get Ingram very often at all. Now, do I want another running back, or do I want... You know what? Just talking about him last time, how I've not taken him. Torrey Horton, let's get him on the board. Who was it that took him the last draft? Cleves, was that you? Who took Torrey Horton last time? That just put him on the radar for me. I got him this time. They're going to tone down Cook touches. Oh, so you think that they're going to actually bring down James Cook a little bit? That could be. I mean, he got a lot of looks last year. So maybe Ray Davis. So maybe with your thought process, Cleves, that Ray Davis will just simply get more work as opposed to barely playing unless Cook comes off the field. Maybe. I do think, see, the thing is, I think Ray Davis, very much like Tank Bigsby, could crush if they're the guy. We've seen it. We've seen these guys already have big weeks when they are the main running back that's the touches. Multiple seasons we've seen it now with those two guys. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with it. But based off everything I've seen and just sort of what makes the most sense, since the Bills are more or less keeping the same type of system and coaches, at least as far as I know. If I'm wrong, please correct me. I'm pretty sure their coaches are the same. All right, we're about to round out this draft. Again, we're going to do a review, and then we are going to do another one. So everyone's down for another one. We will do one more. While I am reviewing teams, please drop in the comments what you want to watch. And anyone that hasn't, just because I'm thinking about this, if you haven't, throw a like on here for me. Definitely always helps out. Okay, let's see what we got. We are coming to the end. Let's just switch over. Let's switch and let's review some teams. Okay. Fantasy Fitness, Michael from Pick 1. Now, I think, are we still waiting on your Mr. Irrelevant pick? Let me go pull the board up. We are. You still got your Mr. Irrelevant pick. Let's see what you do, and then we'll officially review your team. I'm waiting for it. The answer is 10, 9, 8. Waiting. But Malachi Fields, Jackson Dart pair piece. Okay, let me knock these comments off the stage and let's go through this. So you finished with a 3-5-8-2. Bo Nix. Wait a second. Am I right? No, I was going to say that's not right. No, there we go. Because I was going to say I knew you had Jackson Dart. I remember talking about that. Okay. From pick 1, 2-5-9-2. I also enjoy the 2-5-9-2s. I've been doing a lot more of those builds recently where I get 1 or 2 good wide receivers and then I push it and bulk it and I have good at all the other positions. Let's check out how you did your 2-5-9-2. Drake May and Dart, perfect, love it. Gibbs, Scatabo, Stevenson, Jaden Blue, Brian Robinson. Again, for me, maybe I would want one little bit higher than Jaden Blue as a 4, but it can work just fine. I've said it a million times. Gibbs can make up for it. It's an awesome running back room. You got your pair pieces. Cam and Ramondre, beautiful, beautiful. Malik Neighbors, Mike Evans, Michael Pittman. You have the 3 good ones at the top. You still got some good after that. Look at this. Dubs, KC, Trey Tucker, Bateman, Ridley, and Malachi Fields with Trey McBride and Hunter Henry. Bro, nailed it. Nailed this team. Absolutely love your team. I have no notes other than, in my opinion, the one thing that you're lacking is maybe a stronger 4th RB. And I would have just had just Jaden Blue or just Brian Robinson instead of both of them. But other than that, absolutely love your squad. Think you nailed that pick 1. Cleves, look at you going with the 2-7-7-2. Were you inspired by my last draft? Did you take some Spence inspiration here? Lamar and Burrow. I mean, enough said. Talk about I said I was ranting about how great Lamar and Goff was last time. Lamar Burrow, obviously even better. Did you pair them? Yes, you did. I already know. You got Zay and Jamar. Your 7 running backs. Yeah, man. When you're gonna do it, this is very similar to that 7 running backs I just did. You waited till 46. Like I got Travion, you got ETN. Dowdle, Blake Corum, Algier, Lloyd, Davis, Singleton. Do I feel nervous about this running back room? Yes. Can it work? Absolutely. Absolutely, it could work. This truly, though, has to fit together like a puzzle piece. But something I love you did, whether it be on purpose or not, is you almost completely diversified your buys. You did double up 9s and double up 11s, but that's all right. Double up 9 and 11. Chase, Pickens, Flowers, enough said. I already talked about it during the draft. Paired, I mean, that's huge. What a wide receiver start. Then you got the Diggs pick. Rashid Shaheed, Flournoy, and Mooney. Yeah, bro, your wide receiver room is great. Kincaid and Ferguson, perfectly fine when you wait like you did. Yeah, man, love your squad. I am nervous about the running back room a little, but it absolutely could work. Top Gun, classic build, 3-5-7-3. Lawrence, Baker, and Cam. Great trio there with different buys. Really, I enjoy that trio a lot. McCaffrey, Henry, Tootin, Warren, Tucker. That's my type of running back room. It's almost ideally where I like to do it whenever I take McCaffrey and Henry, which I have quite a few McCaffrey-Henry teams myself. I love the add in Tootin Warren. You push it, you add in Tucker. Perfect, in my opinion. Egbuka, Wilson, QJ, Wandale, Travis Hunter, Zachariah Branch, Cooper Kupp. Perfect. Pitts, Gadsden, Otten. Here's where, yeah, of course it can work. Here's where you have some volatility. Obviously, with Pittston, Gadsden, and Otten, you can have the big weeks. We've seen the big weeks, but if we were breaking down their weekly scores, there would be a lot of 3s and 4s mixed in with those guys. So if anything brings your team down, it's going to be tight end. But boy, do I like this overall build. Very nice. Top to bottom, Top Gun. King of QC, another 3-5-7-3 with a classic build. Caleb, Purdy, and Tua. I don't even know that you needed Tua because Caleb and Purdy probably were enough for a 2 in my opinion. But I respect Tua. Let's see if you have any pair pieces with him. JT, Hampton, Dobbins, Spears, and Emmett. I feel very similar to what I just talked about. The two good at the top, you waited and you added Dobbins, Spears, maybe a little bit of a weaker four, in my opinion, with Dobbins because of the Dobbins injury, most likely risk, and Emmett Johnson being what he is, a good piece to throw in there, might have some utility with the Chiefs, even though his chance that he goes the route of the Chiefs way of just sort of disappearing. That's possible too. But overall, though, like your running back room, don't love it, but I like it because the top two are studs. Olave, Adunze, BTJ, Jaden Reed, Debo, Stribbers, and Dontavian. Much bigger fan of this wide receiver room, top to bottom. I love it, actually. I think it's the perfect combination of ceiling, floor mixed throughout. And I like that you got both Debo and Stribling to pair with Mr. Purdy. Loveland, Schultz, Sadiq. And of course, the Loveland Rome combo with Caleb, like I talked about during the draft, which is a killer trio. So, really good tight end room. You can maybe even say, if you're counting on Loveland at pick 41, you just count on him being a stud, and you're fine with just Sadiq or just Schultz. And you could have used maybe that spot for a sixth running back. Other than that, though, that's the only thing I would say as to maybe do different with your team. Hartman, another classic build, 3-5-7-3. As we discussed during this, the perfect pair stack pieces with your quarterbacks here. Herbert's going to go with McConkey. Kyler's going to go with Jefferson. And Bryce is going to go with Tet. They're all different buys, 5, 6, 7. You've got them there the second half of the year. They've got some good playoff schedules. Hopefully, Kyler doesn't get replaced, and that works out good for you because that's a very nice trio. Saquon, Bucky, the double tens. You finished it out with Pollard, Bill, and C-Rod, which there you go. So I was wondering what you would do with starting the double tens. Pollard, Bill, and C-Rod. I think that's a really nice trio. As I discussed, I don't love C-Rod, but I don't hate him. You got him past his ADP, which is definitely better than spinning up before, like we discussed in the last draft. And I'm into taking Bill. Maybe now over Rashad, even though I've been Team Rashad up to this point. But I could sway either way. I can be swayed by preseason on these guys. I felt close enough about them this whole time. Jefferson, Ladd, and Tet, as I discussed, all paired with your quarterbacks, beasts, and you got Tate. Then you waited. You got Jacoby, Keenan, and Caleb Douglas, who maybe could have worked for my stack. Didn't happen, though. Let's be honest, I wouldn't have taken him anyway. He was brought up earlier as an option, and I have heard good things about him so far, as, again, maybe being the number 2 right now. Strange, Barner, T-Ferg. Oh, yeah. As I discussed, waited to 154. What a trio for waiting to 154. That's a perfectly fine trio with a pretty decent weekly 4. I would say between the three of them, you're looking at 7, 8 solid points every week from your tight end, which may be all you need, with a good chance at double digits there on a lot of weeks. If Ferguson breaks out, then you are sitting pretty. Did I take the comments off the stage? I did. Good. All right. I'll get back over to the comments in just a second. Almost made it through this. Zach time. It's a Zach attack. He went with a 2-5-8-3. Josh Allen and Daniel Jones with Cook. So as we discussed, the Josh Allen, James Cook combo, Chase Brown, Jonathan Brooks, Jordan Mason, and Tank Bigsby. I adore your running back room. Quarterbacks, perfectly fine, because when you have Josh Allen, even though I don't love Daniel Jones, he's fine enough with Josh Allen. Josh Allen is a cheat code. James Cook, Chase Brown, JB, Mason, and Bigsby is great. All different buys. No, sorry, double sixes there. That's fine, though. You'll be good in week 6, I think, hopefully, with Jonathan Brooks, because probably Tank won't help you in that week. I highly doubt Saquon will let Tank do too much, but Tank is a great RB5 just in case. DJ Moore, as we discussed, okay, I knew you spent up. You spent up a lot now that I'm seeing it. ADP 55, and you took him at 38. So maybe that was too high, but of course, 100% understand why you did it. Christian Watson, Jordan Addison, Xavier Worthy, nice to 110 this time. Khalil Shakir, pair piece, Jawan Jennings, Troy Franklin, and Devon Vele. Was Keon Coleman available? Did you pass on him? Are you not a Keon Coleman guy? Just wondering. Tyler Warren, Dulcich, and Helm. Again, with Warren, I believe in Warren to such a degree that I think Dulcich would have been fine to just be done. But I think that what you did was the more smart decision to take Gunner as a third, because Dulcich is not guaranteed. And Warren might not be as good as I think he is, but Warren paired with Daniel Jones as well. Really nice team, Zach. All right, and then rounded out with me here from pick 12 again. Bo Nix, Malik Willis, and Geno. Not the sexiest quarterback room. I've got some running upside. I've got some veteran stability with Geno, but that definitely feels like something is left to be desired. Jainty, Kyron, Trayvon, Kenny G, and Keaton Mitchell. I do I love this room? I very much like this room. I don't want to quite say I love my running back room, but this is a above average running back room in my opinion, with a couple of my highest drafted guys in Trayvon and Kenny G. Waddle, Parker, Downs, Michael Wilson, Boston, Naylor, Washington, and Torrey Horton. That's a pretty solid wide receiver room. Double Washingtons I see. Yeah, I'm fine with it. The Waddle paired with my Knicks. This is better as I'm examining it than what I thought it was as I was drafting. Bowers Ingram. I actually hate Ingram. He's a 1 or 2%er. But when I do take that 1 or 2%, it makes the most sense when I have Bo Nix and when I have Brock Bowers and I'm pushing tight end 2 to the end, because he could be just fine behind the like of Mr. Brock Bowers. Okay, there we go. Another draft in the books. Beautiful. Okay, let's see some comments here, and then we'll jump in another draft. The coach speak on Kamara really dropped ETN. I don't believe it. Don't blame you. As much as I love Kamara, I don't have high expectations. I just think he's a great pick like Algier for his draft spot. Top Gun. Yeah, not a big fan of tight end room, but hopefully it will work for sure. Spence, what's your opinion on CMC touches coming into the season with the heavy workload last year? I'm buying in, Cleves. So obviously I get all of the idea behind it doesn't happen. Look at Saquon last year. He's example number one, as if you want to have an anti-Christian McCaffrey take. What Saquon did 2 years ago, it made no sense to take him off that extremely heavy workload. And sure enough, he didn't work last year. McCaffrey's injury history, 2 years ago, he missed almost the whole season. Then he got all this work. But dang it, it's Christian McCaffrey. I will bet on Christian McCaffrey, and I want to bet on Christian McCaffrey, especially in high-dollar tournaments. In a high-dollar tournament, whenever I have a mid-pick, I will take Christian McCaffrey because he, on any given week, can be the highest-scoring player. Any week. It doesn't matter the matchup. Any week that he is healthy and you are going in, if you are watching Fantasy Focus, you're probably seeing CMC at the top on their list of weekly, on your Sunday morning, on their list of weekly number one running backs. It's just, this is just who he is. He's a freak. So I'm all about it. I'm just not afraid. But I get anyone that is. I've been hitting Turd Ferguson a lot. I think he could be the de facto wide receiver 3 for the Rams. He could. Because who's their wide receiver 3? They don't have one. It has to be Ferguson, right? They don't have one. For reals, who is it? Is it Jordan Whittington? I know there's no way. Let's go look it up and see. Let's just see. What are people drafting? Type in Rams. CJ Daniels. CJ Daniels. And then the aforementioned Jordan Whittington. Yeah. CJ Daniels. That's a rookie, right? It has to be. I'm pretty sure I remember him from the rookie pages. If not, I don't know him. That's probably for a good reason. Mumfield, mum's the word, am I right? Mum. I'm not a Coleman guy at all. Um, yeah, oh, Jonah Coleman in reference to, oh no, Keon Coleman. Gotcha, because I asked if you were thinking about Keon at the end. So even with Josh Allen, you're not a Keon Coleman guy. I don't blame you. I know Keon Coleman kind of sucks, but he's got some potential. I went not drafting him, and then I've decided to mix him. I would never force Josh Allen's stack. He can go for 50 and spread it out, so it just don't matter. Yeah, in reference to reaching up on DJ Moore, I think is the main reason what you're talking about there. And yeah, that's one of the reasons why I said, Zach, that I don't love the reach up, but I don't have a problem with it. I get it. But yeah, Josh Allen could be fully unstacked. Thanks, Hartman. I appreciate you as always, my friend. Again, if anyone is just jumping on now or hearing, go check out Hartman's YouTube channel. Hartman is the man. He's drafting all the time. Great streams. Okay. What do we want to do next, guys? What do we want to do next? Going back to Puppy? Give me, whoever wants to draft, give me 3 answers. We'll go with whatever 2 of the 3. Puppy, Millionaire, Pitbull, Dalmatian. Yeah, the Dalmatian is, I mean, it's already at 60%. That sucker's going to be filled tomorrow. And if I'm not doing a bunch of entries, I just don't feel like doing 1 or 2 in a dollar tournament. I would, if I was going to sit and do 30 or 40, it'd be a different story. Puppy's fine. Puppy. All right. Looks like Puppy is the answer. Oh, actually, we got 2 pit bulls. But Hartman says pit bull or Puppy. I'm way higher than DJ the most. Ben Johnson didn't favor him for some reason, but I like his history. Cool, bud. Cool. And we got another Puppy. So there's our 3rd Puppy. Puppy will be the answer. Okay, so we're going to puppy it up, guys. Puppying it up over here. Don't blame me, though, Zach. Like I said, I have no problem with it. It's just the reaching thing that I just don't love, to go that high of a reach. But it could absolutely work. I got a lot of DJ Moore and Josh Allen teams because I also am very into DJ Moore with Josh Allen. It's just normally it's whenever he falls to the following. Okay, puppy time. I've got her pulled up. I'm ready. Get ready, boys. Hope you're there. I'm going to do a countdown. Make sure the video's live. And here we go. Countdown in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enter. Puppies are crazy. 9 more. 9 more. 7 more. 6 more. So theoretically, that was a great countdown. A lot of us missed on the last time. I hope you guys who want to join this can get in this time. 5 more. Puppy 3, 5 more. Let me get the board ready. Let's get the board ready. Still sitting at 5 more. Can you believe we're still sitting? 4 more. 2 more. Normally, the puppy is like that. This is perfect for us. I hope we're all in here. I hope you guys didn't get in some of the one before. 1 more. And we are all in this draft. That would be a great way to close out the night for us all to hit the same draft together. 1 more, and then we are filled and ready to go. Hartman says, I thought I missed for sure when it was +8. Perfect timing. Beautiful. Love it. Hopefully you didn't get the 1-2 turn. If I did, that would be something. Let's find out. We're still 1 away. Draft starts soon. Let's see. Maybe I got the 1 and I can turn on the other end this time. Let's see. Nope. Zachy boy got the 1. Where am I at? Where am I at? 9. Okay. I got to mix it up. So the turn went to Michael this time. Okay. Let me pull up the board and then we'll go through who got in what draft slot. Let's pull up the board here. Okay. The timing was perfect. Yep, Zach 1-1 again. Cha-ching. Gibbs again. Mix it up to Bijan. What you gonna do? Board is ready. Boom. Let's go. Zachy Boy, pick 1. Cleves with 3. Is that back-to-back 3, Cleve? Didn't you just have 3? Top Gun at 5. Hartman at 6. I got the 9. King of QC with the 11. And rounding it out, Michael Fantasy Fitness at 12 with that sweet, sweet turn. What are you going to do with the turn? No telling. I went Bainty Jowers is what I was about to say. JT Bowers last time. I went Jefferson Achan first time, and I went Jefferson, AJ Brown in the middle time. Mix it up. Unless you want JT Bowers, in which case, feel free, my friend. Okay. What's funny is, I don't know if you guys know this. I've done enough like millionaires and the higher dollar drafts, pit bulls, and some of these other ones. I whenever I get pick 12 in a higher dollar tournament, I am way more likely to get Jainty fall to pick 12 in a higher dollar tournament than I am in these cheaper tournaments. You know what? I normally would go CD Lamb here. Because of what we've just been talking about, I'm going to go James Cook. Let's go ahead and get James Cook. I have way less of James Cook than Lamb or Jefferson. I normally take Lamb or Jefferson there almost exclusively. We're going to mix it up a little bit this time and see how we can make James Cook and maybe Devin Achan work. I can always go Bowers, AJ Brown. There's so many great ways to go in round 2. Another reason why I love picking at the end of the draft. You have an awesome pick at the end of the draft to choose from, and then you got an awesome pick in the second round to choose from. It's one of the problems that I have with pick 1 or 2, because as much as I love Gibbs, Bijan, Chase, 1, 2, 3, still sometimes those swing picks, they just feel like, oh, do I want Nico again, or do I want Rashee Rice or Devonta Smith? Like, I just feel like much more discombobulated with the 2-3 turn down there. Do I want another McBride team? Achan. I said I wanted to get my Achan shares up. Cook Achan. That's week 17 matchup, ain't it? Yes, it is. Look at that. Like I knew it. All right. So, King QC, Jefferson and Henry. Nice veteran start there. Saquon and Jainty. So you went Saquon Jainty. Love it. Hartman. AJ Brown? Yep. Double Browns. St. Brown and AJ Brown. There goes Bowers to Top Gun. Bowers, you are welcome, my friend. JSN and Bowers, you got last year's JSN and this year's JSN. There goes Drake London. Can you believe that guy who got Drake London last time? And Zachy, I just noticed you did mix it up with Bijan this time. Cleve's gotten him some Neighbors. Chase Neighbors, love that start. You know I'm fully in on Neighbors. I will just take the gamble. And now, Zach, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when the pick's on you? The answer is you're in that same spot of these guys. You're looking at Nico, Trey McBride, or something else. Falcons play the Saints, Tampa Bay, and Washington in the playoff weeks. Jeremiah Love and Nico. So you did go Nico and a Cardinal, just not Trey McBride. You went ahead and grabbed Love. And then there goes Rice. Now let's see where McBride falls. Cleve's going to do it. Are you going to take another wide receiver? Are you going to go Zay? You went Zay last time, didn't you? Isn't that the same start? Yeah, you mixed it up. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cleves. Let me go over to the comments. I'm not even looking at the comments. I'm looking at the board. Oh, yeah, there were several. Michael Charles equals Matthew Charles. My bad, bro. Sorry, Fantasy Fitness. It's Michael Charles. Did I call you Matthew Charles? MC. Fantasy Fitness, the MC. Oh, sweet. We got another one in here. Nice. Willwood. I'm Bookie at 10. Beautiful. Thanks for being in here and drafting with us tonight, brother. And you are right by me. You are welcome for Chase Lamb. Now, who can I steal from you? I don't have a wide receiver yet. Normally I would take Glad. But this is a puppy. I don't have very much Egbuka. I want to bring Egbuka shares up as well. It gives me a Miami thing. What did I just say about Tampa Bay a minute ago? Yeah, no, they don't pair with my guys, but that's all right. Lad and Higgins. So we got all four of us in this down here at the back end. So we are all together in this. Let's see what we do with the swing around here. Get back to the comments. Went from 101 to 112. Guess I got to show my skills on the other bookend. What you gonna do? Garrett Wilson and drum roll, please. The answer is Tet McMillan. Beauty. Love it. Nice bookie, Top Gun says. I don't care about the name thing, just giving you a hard time. No, I'm glad. I'm glad you don't care, and I'm glad you gave me a hard time. I got to remember, Michael, not Matthew. Alan Willis for week 17. I'd do that. Ah, you got me. You got me on Josh. I'll take Javonte. Why not? I was just talking about how I don't get very much Javonte. Normally, Josh Jacobs is my pick. I will say that. But I'll mix up and get a Javonte in there just to change things up. I usually take Cook or Allen, Fantasy Dog said. Well, buddy, I wish I could have got Allen. Will Wood grabbed him from me right before. Love some Bowers. Love me, Bowers, all day, baby. Bowers and Flowers. What's not to love? I almost did Bowers McBride. I've done this a few times just to see how it works. It's funny because his name is Matthew, not Michael. Okay, so I'm mixing it up. It's even worse. It's Matthew. Matthew. Got it. My brother's middle name is Matthew, so it's in there. My best friends growing up names were Matt. Fantasy Fitness. Got it, buddy. It is in the brain. Zachy boy, what you gonna do? Tootin and Bijan love Tootin. You gonna go with a fourth running back? Nope. Mike Evans. So double eights at wide receiver. No issue with that. I'm fine with it. Just keep it in mind as you move forward. You've already got 2 8s, but I'm good with it. I guess T-Mac theoretically could have worked if you think Jaden would have fell. Your next pick is 72. Jaden's ADP is 63, so he probably wouldn't have fell. Whereas you could easily add Purdy onto this later if you wanted. There you go. DJ Moore at pick 51. Great spot for DJ Moore there. DJ Moore, Top Gun. Do it. Grab him. There it is. Lamar, lock it up. Hartman says, thank you, boys. I will gladly snap up some T-Mac at pick 54. We were talking about it earlier. T-Mac falling into the 5th round. Boom, here it is, the middle of the 5th round. You got to love that. You got to love that fall. Feels great to me. Slim went Devontae. I was really hoping Devontae would have made it. There goes Jameson. I'm right back in the same bucket that I've been at. My favorite picks, Trayvon and Parker. I only have, I could do it. I've taken Trayvon as my 1. I've taken Trayvon as my 3. Why not take Trayvon as my 4? Let's just do it. See what happens from here. Bookie got Jadarian. We were talking about Jadarian in the first draft tonight. Our boy, Mr. Young Mula, Gab for life. Big Jaden Price fan. He's put him on my radar. Don't get me wrong. It's not that he wasn't on my radar, but his stamp of approval is definitely something that is now on my radar. King of QC with a Dunze. The Loveland of Dunze. Perfect. As we've discussed, this is the night to do it. And then Matthew with Watson and Tyson. Beautiful. So Saquon, Jainty, McMillan, yeah, you're rocking out this turn here. Now, if it was me, I'd have gone Parker, who King of QC just went instead of Jordan Tyson, but that's this guy. Okay, speaking of, yeah, I ain't doing Marv. I ain't doing Brian Thomas. You guys know what's going down here. Tyler Warren, come on down. Again and again, just keep drafting this man. Warren or Bowers. They're my two highest drafted tight ends. It's not even close. Not even close. Let's see how not close. Now my exposures through 580. Yeah, 26% Brock Bowers, 17% Tyler Warren. Then I go to 11% Chig, 10% Kelsey, 10% Fannin, 9% McBride, etc. from there. Yeah, I am Bowers Warren any and every time that I can do that. Oh, Hartman, you dog. You got the Jaden pair. What a start. Look at yours. Double Browns, McBride, Jacobs, McLaurin, and Jaden. Love your start. Love that 1-1-3-1. Top Gun got another Warren that I'm a big fan of in Jalen. So you're have a really nice 1-2-2-1 start. Big fan of when you can get these big onesies like Lamar and Bowers, McBride, and Jaden. I love building lineups that way. It doesn't always fall, but when it does, it feels so good, especially when you've got pair pieces, and both you guys do with Zay and T-Mac. All right, Zachy boy, back to you. Cleves grabbed QJ. So Chase, Neighbors, DJ Moore, and QJ with Brees and Monty. There goes DK and Tucker Kraft. I like the Tucker Kraft pick. What's his ADP? How much did you reach on that one? Doesn't feel like a lot. Oh, no, not even a reach at all. 6 picks technically, but no, he would have been gone very soon. That was the time to grab Tucker Kraft. I didn't say his name in my top tight ends, but he was right after. I think he was 9. Let me go back. Yeah, he's 9%. He was right after McBride. Then Kittle. Then I'm Strange. Just keep going. Okay. Back to our draft board here. Top Gun is up. Makai Lemon. He's going to be fine, right? This dang fly has been flying around here all night, driving me nuts. I have my door open. He could go anywhere else in the house, and he stays in this room. Son of a bee. Drake May with the AJ Brown. Psh, beautiful. Beautiful. Now you're done, I'm sure. Let me know, Hartman. Are you done, Jaden and Drake May, or are you just a 3 QB guy? Let me know what your thoughts are on that. Some people are just 3 QB guys regardless. I missed some comments. It's my pick, and then I'll get back to the comments. Definitely going with wide receiver. Downs or Sutton, Downs or Sutton, Downs or Sutton. Downs. Sutton had the same buy as Egbuka. I have Warren. It gives me 2 Colts at that point. Downs and Warren will probably be the main 2 target guys. And if I wanted to, I could take Pierce if he falls and then have all 3 of them. But let's see if you guys even give me that option. Okay, let me look at the comments here. Oh, I forgot to put them back on the stage. Sorry about that, guys. Fantasy Dog, I got another 12 spot. You got another one? So this has been the spot of 12s as you've been rocking out with your Dalmatians over there. First time I'm picking Evans. First time out of all your drafts? Out of your third, what's this number 35? Didn't you say you were at 33 earlier? Is this number 35 for you? Well, welcome to the Mike Evans train. Love it. I'm such a Jaden Slappy. I can't help myself from taking Terry to set him up. Bro, I know. Me too. He feels like such a great pick. The rooms are all different. Hell of a fall on Scary Terry. Absolutely. Great fall. Yeah, I draft a lot like that. Either Allen or Daniels at QB. A fly is a cousin of a bee, just saying. Not a son of a bee. That's good. It just hit me. That's good. Hartman, I tend to be a 3 QB guy, but probably stopping at 2, Jaden May. So you are a 3 QB guy, but you agree with me. When you have Jaden and May, that's good. Just bet on it. And you know what? It happened. Why not? Go with all the Colts. You guys let it happen. Why not? Scott, I bet it was my first team out of all of my teams. I don't think I've done this at all. Warren, Downs, Pierce, 600 whatever drafts, 584 from the main grouping. I don't think I've done that at all. there went Michael Wilson, the pick I probably should have made from a more reliable slash bye week differential standpoint, because I could have gone with Sutton or Godwin had I wanted another 10. Godwin could have gave me a teammate pair with Egbuka that could have set up Baker Mayfield, who I love drafting. Now that I say that out loud, I should have gone with Godwin over Pierce. But this is a rare triple Colts for me. Very rare, as in the only one that I'm going to have. I always do 3 QBs, feel it's the best for advance rate. You are not wrong. It is the best for advance rate, Top Gun. From all of my years of doing this, all of my builds, I could not agree more. But, and I've talked about this, if you haven't heard me, I'm going to say it again. Out of all of my best teams last year, I had multiple teams make it to week 17. I had 100 plus teams that advanced, and then I had 23 of that 100. It was like 102. 23 of them advanced. I wrote out all of my 23 that advanced that one extra week from week 15 to 16. And then my 3 teams that made it to the final week, they all were 2 quarterbacks. Not all, most, the majority. I'd go back, there was some 3, but the majority of those advancing. So in order to advance from the regular season, 3 is your best odds. But when you get into the playoff weeks, 2 is really what I have found is your best chance to move forward in the playoff week. So it lower your overall season advance rate, but help you in the playoffs, because that extra running back or wide receiver is something that can help you in the playoffs more. Just keep that in mind as something that I would say maybe do 80% of your drafts 3-5-7-3 and give yourself a 20% run of a 2-6-8-2 or a 2-6-7-3 or something along those lines, right? Like, just give yourself a few of those lineups and see if any of them advance past week 15 in this upcoming year. And you can find out for yourself if, but make sure they're 2 good ones. Like, for instance, Lamar and Goff, or Jalen Hurts and Bo Nix, or not that example, they're 10, whatever. You know, my point is, if you do 2, you want 2 good ones. I want 1 right now. But I'm going to push it. I'm going to push it real good. Take Jordan Mason. I've been looking at his name all night and I haven't done it. Now I'm done at running back. So no more running backs for me the rest of the draft. I've got 5. I've got 5 good ones. It was a crazy T-Law fall. I've already drafted him tonight. I don't love him when I don't have him paired. I gave him to our boy here with Parker. Had I had Parker 100%, you better believe I would have drafted him. Where would I have had to taken Parker at? The Trayvon Henderson round? It's fine. I could have taken Parker there, and then I would have got Lawrence here. But our boy King of QC gets to reap all those benefits. Although I just noticed Herbert, Lawrence, double 7s. You're going to need another quarterback now. I personally don't think a team, someone correct me if anyone has a different opinion. Even with 2 good ones, I don't think your team can get a ticket in advance with taking a 0 in a week at quarterback. I think you can get a ticket in advance with taking a 0 at tight end. Yes. Quarterback, doubt it. Doubt it. It's possible, but I think you're now forced to take a 3rd, my opinion. This is unstacked. Unstacked Stafford, unstacked Goff. I'll unstack Goff, I guess. Either way, I don't love either of them unstacked. And I sure as crap ain't taking Kyler. I could have reached up and taken Baker. Maybe I should have done that and taken Baker instead of Goff. Unstacked. Yeah, I probably should have in retrospect. Oh, well, it is what it is. I do think Goff is better than Baker generally, at least a little bit more reliable. Although, again, 2 years ago, I would have begged to differ. Okay, back to the comments. Let's see here what we got. Yep. First out of like 60, including other platforms. Yeah. So it was like, you said it was like 30 something of this. Okay. Yeah. 3 QB raises advance rates by around 1% on average, which is pretty significant. Thanks for some actual numbers behind that, Hartman. This is based off of just the way that I have drafted and how I have said things to my friends and here on the channel, but I don't actually have data behind it. I just have years of experience. The 49ers injuries have turned me into him. Oh, Mike Evans. Yeah. Well, I'm team Mike Evans for years now, but Mike Evans is just a touchdown monster. I totally agree with you. I do other styles of drafts. I got burnt on 2 QB so much. One will get hurt, then you're kind of dead. Yes, this is why, again, it is why 100% 3 QBs is the smartest way. Just like 3 tight ends, waiting on tight ends, doing 3, having a 3.73 is a classic best advance rate type of build, 100%. It's just once you hit the playoff weeks, if you've got 2 on any given week, 2 of your roster spots at QB, 2 of your roster spots at tight end that aren't going to factor. I mean, it's possible you can have 2 tight ends factor, of course, but you won't have 2 quarterbacks factor. So again, that's why you're just giving yourself the most outs versus your pod in the playoff weeks, which is the whole premise behind the idea. And yeah, I had commented on that crazy T-Law fall earlier. Again, you're welcome, King of QC. You are welcome, my friend. Okay, so let's see what's happened here. So I see in this list last go around, oh man, Hartman got Dobbins, Kenny G, Jacoby, and Rashid Shaheed. Top Gun grabbed him. Corum, Worthy, Wandale, Shakir. I'll hold off on the others. Baker made it all the way back around to me, boys. And I'm sorry, Kyler. I just can't do it. I cannot do Kyler. I just can't. If I have Jefferson, I will do Kyler on some stacks because at that point, why not? But normally, no. Unstack Kyler, nah. Just give me Baker. Oh, you're welcome, my friend. You are welcome. If I wouldn't have taken Trayvon, Parker would have been mine. Hartman says I'm legit going to ruin like 20% of my portfolio with Kyler if he keeps falling like this. Well, bro, again, this whole time, Kyler, I always will draft some Kyler because of the rushing upside, but I just flat out think Kyler sucks. It's what scares the crap out of me about Jordan Addison and Jefferson. I'm just betting on Jefferson, but I don't take. I mean, Hawkinson is such a great price. I mean, Hawkinson so late feels sick to be able to get him down there, but the price is justified because what's Hawkinson going to do? Probably not do much, unfortunately. I mean, I just can't believe JJ will start. I know. Same here. I don't either. I mean, I don't believe he'll start either. Stribbers, Hunter. I got to go Stribbers. Let's go with the Stribs. I could have moved up and grabbed my boy Boston, but I'll go with the Stribs. All right. But I agree. McCarthy, and no, it ain't happening, right? But it probably will, just not to start the year. Kyler's going to start. Maybe he'll be fine. But when will he be replaced? If I was to truly give my best guess, week 10, I think he'll probably be out by week 10. We will probably have J.J. McCarthy in there by that point. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. Because will have no J.J. McCarthy bags this year. Except for, of course, Superflex, which, of course, I've already got some. But I don't do a lot of Superflex. Plus, there's not a lot of Superflex tournaments out here, period. But that's about the only time that I'll look at taking them. Okay, let's get back to guys' teams here. Zachy boy. So after you took Mike Evans, DK, and Kraft, you got you some Purdy. Love it. So Purdy is paired with CJ Stroud, double H. You'll need another quarterback. Keep that in mind. Diggs, Concepcion, beautiful. Love those picks with your Nico, Mike Evans, and DK. Wide receiver rooms coming together. Nice. Bijan, Love, Tootin, and Keaton Mitchell. Trey Tucker as another wide receiver. So you are set up for Rodgers, Stroud paired with Nico, Maybe a Mendoza fall. You're set up for a fine QB3 later, my friend. Just don't forget it. Anyone else have that opinion on do you think a team, or has any of your teams ever, can you take a 0 at QB, or is that a death knell for your team to guarantee yourself a 0 at QB? Is it possible maybe a team could advance that just happened to have a 0 at QB on a week? I guess it's possible, but I feel like, Hartman, I thought he was going to make it all the way back around. I should have kept my big fat mouth shut. I'm sure you probably would have taken him anyway, but Boston's a great pick there. Anyway, you guys tell me about the whole QB thing. Cleves got him, Cam Ward and Algier. You know I love both those picks. Now it's about back to me. I'm about to experience a really nice Travis Hunter fall of 10 plus picks. However, there's a pair piece that makes more sense for my team. And I think I should do it because if this team is going to succeed, it's going to be because of the Colts. So I might as well get Daniel Jones and Goff, Baker, DJ. That feels fine for waiting like I did. But Hunter now gets to go to Bookie here. Bookie, I'm sorry. I'm about to go back to double check the comments and double check what your handle is over here. Will? Well, let me see. Go back to, Will Wood. That's it. Will Wood. All right. Top Gun says, I think it's a death wish, but anything is possible. I haven't seen 0 in almost a week. Love that guy. Yeah, I know. You know what? I'm in Huhaim's Discord. I've got 0 on here. I'm going to message him right now. Hey, buddy. Hope you're doing good. Missed you on the streams. All right. My pick. Oh, boy. What am I doing? 4 seconds. Oh, boy. I hate this. Oh, no, switch it. Dang it. I should have waited and messaged him after my pick. I missed on Tesla. That could have been a pair piece. That should have been a pair piece. He had buy 6. I got Juwan Stupid Jennings. I was just talking. It happens. It happens. My team ain't going to win or lose, most likely, based off Juwan Jennings versus Isaac Tesla. Oh, well. I'm a little bit tilted now after that. I just couldn't get that dang switch quick enough. Okay. Let's see what we did on the turn here, boys. I'm sorry if I've kind of neglected you guys on the end here. So let's take a look at Matthew 3452 here. So his 3, Love, Shuck, Bryce Young. His 5, Saquon, Jainty, Chuba, Tracy. Nope, it was 4. Sorry. The 5 is Garrett Wilson, McMillan, Watson, Tyson, and Addison. And the 2 is Goddard and Juwan. Beautiful, beautiful start to your team. Let's see how you finish that out. But, man, you're really strong all across the board there. I like all of those picks. The Jordan Tyson one is the only one that I even disagree with. But, again, it could end up being the right pick. I just am a Parker Washington or Carnell Tate guy. King of QC, 3452, also the same build. His 2 being Loveland and Strange. Beautiful. Strange paired with Lawrence. Herbert, Lawrence, and Kyler. There's the perfect time to take Kyler. If you're going to do it as your 3 behind Herbert, Lawrence. And that's week 7. You only got to have Kyler be there till week 7. I just said I don't think he'll be passed until although, now that I'm saying this out loud, sometimes they replace things after their bye. I highly doubt Kyler is so bad in the first 5 weeks that he's replaced after the bye. But I guess it's possible. But I still think you made the right choice there. Running backs, Henry, Brooks, Bill, and Woody. Not bad. Not bad. Henry's great. Waiting till Brooks as a 2 makes me nervous. Brooks and Bill as a 2-3 makes me nervous. In my opinion, I would try to do a 6 RB build, I think. and you have 3 good quarterbacks, your tight ends are probably good enough to be done, and it's back to me. And we're back. It's got to be Dontavian, right? I'm just double checking. Yeah, got to be. Gots to be Dontavian. Doesn't it sound like a Three Musketeers name to you guys? I'm pretty sure that's one of their names. Guaranteed 0 at QB just doesn't seem reasonable. No way the skill player you take is more likely to help the lineup than like Rodgers or Bryce Young bye week fill-in. Thank you, Hartman. Glad you agree. Top Gun agrees. So again, thank you guys for answering my question and helping solidify what I believe is a fact. I've said this before. I'll say it again. Tight end is the position that is an exception. If you're going to take a 0, it's tight end. I will never forget when 2 years ago in a $35 single entry team where I missed out in week 16 from advancing to week 17 by a guy in the last game because of Jonnu freaking Smith. And this guy, when I clicked on his team and saw, he not only did he advance past the regular season, advance past week 15, he advanced past me in week 16, but he did it. Hawkinson or Dulcich? Dulcich from a target perspective, although that makes me sick taking Dulcich over Hawkinson. But the guy advanced and made it to the final week, and he only drafted Jonnu Smith. Jonnu Smith, who up till 2 years ago was never even all that good. So who would have known that he had his blow up at the end of 2024? But apparently this guy, I'm a P-Wash Tate guy too, just mixing up exposure. Okay, so you're just mixing it up. Mix it up. Who was it again? Tyson. Yeah, that's right. And again, I don't have a problem with it because Tyson as a 4, he's good as a 4 because you're not depending on him, and he could be better. I'm deathly afraid of my fading of Tyson. I've mentioned this before too. Deathly afraid. You lost to a time traveler. I did, didn't I? Seriously. One person in their right, it had to have been an auto. This must have been a guy who in their right mind drafts a team with one tight end only, and it's Jonnu Smith. That's crazy. I've thought it's insane ever since then, and even more insane that guy made a lot of money with that team because he made a lot of money just by making the final week of a $35 single entry tournament. I would have taken P-Wash if I knew T-Law was going to fall to 107. Me too. I probably would have taken him instead of Travion had I have known. Week 7 paired QBs equals Miami at Jets week 7. Week 7 paired QBs equals Miami at Jets week 7. Oh, I see what you're saying. Take Geno or freaking Malik. Yeah, great. That's a great point, Fantasy Dog. I love that point. If you've got double sevens, do that. Good call. Look at you looking at the week 7 schedule. I only got week 15, 16, and 17 down. I don't even know who's playing each other week 1. We're just rolling with that. We'll worry about that when we get closer. I'm not even looking. Great call, Fantasy Dog. Love that comment. Back up there again. If you've got double sevens like Herbert Lawrence, get Geno or Malik. Beautiful. Very nice. Okay, it's back to me. Kayshon Boutte time. Keenan Allen time. What time is it? It's Allen time. What time is it? It's diaper time. Yeah, so my wide receivers, Egbuka, Downs, Pierce, Stribling, Jennings, Wicks, Keenan Allen. I definitely need an 8th wide receiver. No doubt about that. And if I could redo this wide receiver room, this probably is a wide receiver room that I should have done a 2-5-9-2. But would I have really wanted just Goff and Baker, or just say I didn't take Goff and say I took a wide receiver at 112? Would I really have wanted just Baker and DJ, Danny Dimes? I don't think so. I probably made the right choice. But Kyler fell 20 picks too. Oh, I know. The Kyler pick was awesome for you, buddy. Seriously, as much as I hate Kyler, that was a perfect pick for you. Hey, well, bud, seriously, I love that. You're welcome. Because I think that's a super insightful. Okay, Butte, Cooper Cup. This is a Butte time. Booty, 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 rocking everywhere. Let's do it. I feel like I got sniped every pick. I just threw this team together. Well, buddy, we're going to do some reviews here in a little bit, and we will see how this thrown together team of Zachy boys fell into place. Vegeta, the Jeets, what's up, buddy? PPR 12-team lineup. Taylor, Barkley with Scadaboo, Igbuka, T. Higgins, Jalen Hurts, Kraft, Texans defense, and Texans kicker. Fairbairn still right. Thoughts on starting lineup? Pick 7 grade, please. I love, this lineup you just laid out here. Is this not your starting lineup? What do you mean pick 7 grade, please? That part I don't get. Because thoughts on this starting lineup? That starting lineup is nails. I love that starting lineup. Igbuka, T, JT, Saquon, Hurts and Kraft, Texans and Fairbairn. I love it. I just don't. What's the pick 7 grade, please? Please let me know what you mean by that. While I wait to find out what you mean by that, Vegeta, I'm going to go switch this over and let's start taking a look and let's see this team that Zachy boy threw together. I was pick 7, grade my lineup. Oh, I see. Okay. So you just drafted this team tonight? Well, I don't know your bench. Tell me your bench, but your starting lineup, that's an A-, if not an A. That's a great starting lineup. I love your starting lineup. So yeah, that's an A- or A, buddy. That's really good. Very strong. Very strong. Not quite A+. I wouldn't say it's an A+ lineup, but it's definitely at minimum an A- lineup. That's not a B lineup right there. 11 hole got the best QB luck I've seen all year. That's our boy who just took where were we just at? That's the who just got the double sevens and Kyler, right? King of QC. Yep. Oh, it's phenomenal. Okay, let's get to our review. I'm going to go ahead and knock these comments off the stage so that you guys can see the team. Zachy boy from pick 1, the thrown together squad. You did get Mendoza. Glad to see that. I know I mentioned that earlier. Purdy, Stroud, Mendoza. Perfect. I think Mendoza will be the quarterback by week 8. I've said this since the beginning of the draft season. My over-under is 6.5, and I will take the under because I bet Mendoza replaces Cousins by week 5. That's what I truly think. But I'm going to give it 6.5. That way, it could be week 7, but either way, I think he'll be there by week 8. For this team's sake, I hope he is. Bijan, Jeremiah Love, Tutors, Keaton Mitchell, and B-Rob. Very strong. Very strong. Double Robinsons. You're going to be watching the game, not know who scored a touchdown, but either way, this team's going to reap the benefits. 2 11s, 2 7s. You got the Jeremiah Love in there. The only thing that would have made this team better is if you could have added Tyler Algier and you'd have had 2 11s, 2 7s, and both the 14s. I would have loved that. But even either way, as it is, I think you did really good there. So that's thrown together nice. Nico, Evans, who you don't take often or ever. DK Metcalf, Diggs, Casey, Trey Tucker, Jalen Noel. Beautiful. I am not a big Jalen Noel guy, but you did have Stroud, so he gave you another pair piece. I really like your wide receiver room. I'm a big fan of Mike Evans. Week 8 should be fine. Metcalf, Diggs, Casey, Tucker should be able to carry you that week. Kraft, Cade, and Fryermuth. Well, buddy, for throwing a team together, you threw this together pretty darn nice from pick 1. I like it. I approve. Cleves, pick 3. He did the 2-5-9-2 this time. Dart and Cam. That's walking the line on if that's good enough for a 2 build. It probably drafted bags. I hope that it is. But that 2 build makes me nervous. That makes me feel like that's a build I would have maybe wanted a 3rd. Now there's 2 flies in here. I need to get a fly swatter for this house. My goodness. Brees Hall, David Montgomery. And they're just hanging out in here chilling with me. They could be anywhere in this house. This one's right here on my computer screen. It's crazy. Brees Hall, David Montgomery, Ramondre Stevenson, Tyler Algier, and Emmett Johnson. Brees, Monty, Ramondre is a great top 3. Algier is a very solid 4. Emmett, he's fine. Overall, I will take that. And then your tight ends, this is just like, I mean, they pair, obviously, but it's the same thing. It's like, could it work? Likely in Gunner? Yeah. Will it work? Probably not. Are you a time traveler coming back from week 17, knowing what got you there? Maybe. Just like the Janu guy. Because there's a chance, hey, if Dart and Ward work, this is the just bet on Dart and Ward team. That's what it is. You're just going to bet on Dart and Ward. And your wide receivers are, of course, great. When you start off Chase, Neighbors, DJ Moore, and then you add QJ, Pittman, Dubs, AD, ZB, and Ridley. Yeah, bro. I love it. I love it. Your wide receivers are great. Overall, Geno would have been nice as I'm looking at this. You could have added Geno in there with AD and Brees. I don't know where he went. But that's the one. That's the one. All right. Next up, Top Gun 3663. Lamar, Sammy D, and AA Ron. Love it. Lamar, wait. Perfect. That's ideal quarterback room. Travis Etienne, Jalen Warren, Blake Corum, Taj, Tank, and Tucker. I was talking about both these guys separately earlier, and you got them on the same team. Oh my gosh. Dang flies, I swear. Oh, sorry, guys. They're driving me crazy. They're like taunting me. They knew I was like, this one's now, they're like right here by me. It's just insane. Okay. Good running back room. Not great running back room, but good running back room. It's got good volume. It's got a lot of potential there. And Etienne and Warren at the top. Corum's the wild card. JSN, Zay Flowers, Makai Lemon, Worthy, Wandell Shakir. This is a very interesting 6. Can this 6 work? Yes. Will this 6 work? Lemon and Worthy are key. Lemon and Worthy are the keys to this, because I think we can say, in my mind, that you know what you're getting from JSN, Zay, Wandell, and Khalil. You know what you're getting. What are you going to get from Makai and Worthy? If they step up this wide receiver room, watch out. Bowers, Henry, Darnell Washington. Yeah, you didn't need Darnell Washington. I mean, he's a stack piece with Rodgers, right? Yeah, so, and I have taken Darnell, but Bowers and Henry were plenty good enough. However, just for the symmetry of the 3-6-6-3 and the stack, make it happen, Captain. Love that team, Top Gun. Hartman time, 2-6-7-3. Yeah, Jaden Drake, like I talked about during it. A.J. Brown and Terry McLaurin, pair piece. Done. Dunzo. That's going to crush. This is the exact type of 2 QB combo that I was talking about, that as long as they can advance you, this can crush the playoff weeks. Josh Jacobs, J.K. Dobbins, Kenny Gainwell, Jaden Blue, Dylan Sampson, and Kalen Black. That running back room terrifies the crap out of me. Jacobs and Kenny G, I love. Dobbins, we know the fear, but we know how good he is. He says he's playing all 17 weeks. We'll see about that. Jaden Blue, Sampson, and Kalen Black feeling like you kind of have to count on something from them is a lot different from them being a luxury. Um, that's a nerve-wracking running back room, but obviously it's one that can work. If Dobbins stays healthy, then this running back room can work just fine because I love Jacobs and Kenny G. Your wide receivers are nails. Amon Ra, AJ Brown, and T-Mac to start it off with. Jacoby, Shaheed, Boston, and Pat Bryant. Could not love those wide receivers more. And then McBride, Chig, and Hawkinson, same thing as what I've said. Did you even need Hawkinson? What's he going to do for this team? Because McBride, at this point, honestly, you should have done the 2-7-7-2 build. Just taking one extra piece at the pie at running back, because I don't even think Hawkinson will factor for you because McBride and Chig are so good. But I love this team, and this is the perfect type of team that if the running back room works out, if you advance, it could be a good playoff advancement team. I just don't know about the running back room. I'm sure you probably feel the same, which is why you did the 6. But yeah, anyway, we'll move on. Next up is my team, 3-5-8-2. Goff, Baker, and Daniel Jones. We know this is a very Colts-centric team. I probably should have taken Chris Godwin instead of Alec Pierce because I like Godwin so much more. I've got way more Godwin than Pierce, but it is what it is, and I missed out on getting Tesla to pair with Goff. Whatever. James Cook, Achane, love that start. Javonte is probably where I messed up. I could have taken someone else. I really didn't need that. And then I could have taken Parker instead of Travion since I did take Javonte. But as it's sitting, I got a super strong 5 running backs, probably too strong. Because look at the wide receivers. I needed to move one of these picks to wide receiver. This wide receiver room ain't going to cut it. It just ain't. I feel with this wide receiver room so incredibly unconfident. Egbuka, Downs, Pierce, Stribling, Jawan Jennings instead of Tesla, Dontavian Wicks, Keenan Allen, Kayshon Boutte. I mean, I got 8 of them. Maybe okay, let's just say this. I mentioned this earlier. This team has to be a Colts. Daniel Jones smashes, and these Colts pass catchers smash. That's got to happen for this team to work out. And I just don't think the odds are not in my favor. But Warren and Dulcich. This was a fun team, though. I had a good time building this. It's another one, though, that if I could go back, the Javonte Travion, I could have done something different and built a much stronger roster than what I did. Bookie. Let's see what you did, Will. 2-5-8-3. Josh Allen and Caleb. Again, same thing. Crushed your quarterback room. This is the exact type of quarterback room that can move on and finish really nice in the playoff weeks. Chase Brown, Jadarian Price, RJ Harvey. You got Charbonnet. So you did, even though I don't really like taking handcuffs, taking Price and Charbonnet I feel is a little bit different. I feel fine with that. I feel fine with it. I do wish you had stronger than Mike Washington as your final one, because it might be fine anyway, as I'm thinking about this, because I like RJ. Chase Brown can probably solidify you as the anchor enough. I feel like you're maybe one piece of held back with Mike Washington being that thing, but also Mike Washington is the 2. Who knows? Maybe he's actually a game changer. F you, Fly. C.D. Lamb, Lad McConkey, Carnell Tate. Good start there. Maybe say great start. Matthew Golden, Debo Samuel, Travis Hunter. You pulled the trigger on Cyrus Allen and Keon Coleman. Laporta, Kincaid, and T-Ferg. Super strong tight end room. I really like your wide receiver room. Your quarterbacks are nails. You've got really great tight ends, and you have probably a good enough running back room. This top to bottom is a really nice team. Great draft, Bookie. Super thank you coming and drafting along with us. I know this is your first time I've reviewed one of your teams. I don't know if you've watched before, but thanks for coming on and drafting tonight with me. Super fun. All right. King of QC, Mr. Quarterback. The quarterback room from, look at this. The quarterback room that will never be assembled again at these prices. Herbert, sure, you picked him right in line. But getting the Trevor Lawrence fall from 85 to 107. Getting the Kyler fall from 113 to 131. Boom goes the dynamite, my friend. Then you've got Derrick Henry, Jonathan Brooks, Bill, Woody Marks, Marshawn, and Ray Davis. Very strong running back room, top to bottom, at least, top to bottom. Really, you've only got one solid piece in Henry, and then a bunch of really interesting pieces with Brooks, Bill, Woody. The Marshawn and Ray thing are what they are. We know that most of the time they probably will be nothing, but they each have potential to have big weeks. So overall, though, top to bottom, it's a really nice room anchored by Henry at the top. Jefferson, which got the nice Kyler fall piece there, that even worked out so well in your favor. T. Higgins and Rome and Parker. Beautiful Trey Harris pair piece. Tyquan and Bateman. Great wide receiver room with Loveland and Strange, both pair pieces. Wait, Caleb, no, but Strange, yes. But Caleb and Rome, you got the double bears. That's where the pair thing in my mind came from. Overall, top to bottom, super good team, King of QC. Really like it a lot. And we close out with Matthew. I got it. 3573. Jordan Love, Tyler Shuck, and my boy Bryce Young, who's 5'8", and if only he could grow 8 more inches. Ain't that right, Zero? Wherever you're at, my friend. Jordan Love, Shuck, and Bryce is a good weight on quarterback trio, in my opinion. Let's see who you got stacked with them. Starting at running back, Saquon, Jainty, Chuba, Tyrone Tracy, and Braylon Allen. Braylon's fine at the end. He does have the same buy as Jainty. That's not a big deal. This is a lean on Saquon Jainty team. Same thing. Chuba and Tyrone could be fine. Chuba, if Brooks is not a thing, is the piece that could change this from fine to great. If Chuba is the main starter and the guy, then the running back room goes from good to great. Because I think Tracy is a really, really nice pick 133. I like Tyrone Tracy a lot. Boiler up. All right. Garrett Wilson, Tet McMillan, Christian Watson, Jordan Tyson, Jordan Addison, Tank Dell, and Torrey Horton. Beautiful. Love everything other than as much discussed. And as you would have done yourself, even as you said, Jordan Tyson, Parker Washington. If you swap those out, I love this even more. But Jordan Tyson could be the better pick. You may have just made the winning pick. And he pairs with Shuck. And actually, you got Johnson. You got Shuck. You made the right choice, my friend. I will declare that right now. Dallas Goedert, Juwan Johnson, and A.J. Barner. Another really good, strong trio at tight end. And you waited and didn't even dip in till 132. Love this team. Guys, that was great. Super fun. Let me look at the comments before I jump out of here for the night. Oh, there's been a bunch. Okay. Scattaboo in the flex makes it an A- alone. Earlier for sure. Cousins has 3 bad games. Mendoza is starting. Won't be long. You know I'm down with that. Josh Downs, George Kittle, David Montgomery, Micah Wilson, Jordan Tyson, Jake Tonja's last pick, backup Mahomes bench. Oh, man. With your bench, Vegeta, that team's an A. A good, solid A. Love that bench. Great draft. Was that a league with friends, a home league? Was that on a different platform like that you were doing with randos? Or was this one with your buddies? Max Crosby was hitting him even though he had a red jersey on and they got in a fight and thrown out of practice. Oh, man. Who are we talking about there? Cousins? Are we talking about Mendoza? Who are we talking about there? That's hilarious, though. Max Crosby don't give an F about nothing. Willwood, bookie 110 on my draft extension fantasy flock. I got an A+, advance rate A-, plus 22 grade on ADP, and A- on uniqueness, 0.5% owned. Beautiful, buddy. Love that. The Spence tool liked your team too. I don't know that I would have gave it an A+, but I think you had a good, solid, at minimum, A- team as well. Nice, bookie. Beautiful, though. Love that. And like I know better than that tool. Come on. I don't. I love Wandale and Shakir. They're safe. Exactly. Shakir and Wandale are like the safest picks when you're not sure about your wide receiver room. Could not agree more. After we drop off, you let those flies nose, boss. I'm going to. I wonder if you guys have seen them. I will. I should have went Rashad or JCM over Jacoby. It feels like the RB's drying up a little sooner last week or so. Definitely, Hartman, they are. Had to tune in again just to say Pierce stinks. Thanks, Chad. Love you, brother. Clint Kubiak going from Seattle to Raiders. He's going to make Mike Washington a beast. I hope so. That would be sweet. My bags won't necessarily love it, but he's the number 2. He's the clear 2. There's no other option there. Like Sharp and K9. Yeah, I can see. Although Sharps and K9, yeah. Hey, you know what? It could be a similar thing. I'm down. I'm down with that. Kubiak used 2 running backs last year. I am down with that take. Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I had a blast too. Super fun stream. It was an ESPN $100 league. Ooh, $100 league. Beautiful. Oh, talking about Cousins, Max Crosby. Yeah. His wife will not be happy. All right, guys. 4-hour stream. Maybe that might be close to a record for longest stream of football, at least. I know I did some longer in baseball because some of those baseball streams were super long, but Fantasy Dog, appreciate it. I really do. Thank you, my friend. And until next time, when Cory will be back with me Tuesday, you guys out there, keep drafting. Love y'all. Thank you. See you next time. Bye.